open. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour. Government orders, government business. Resume consideration on government business number 2, Canada's contribution to the effort to combat ISIL. Resuming debate on the amendment of Ms. Ambrose.
When the House last took up the question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence had 5 minutes remaining in 5 minutes and 45 seconds, I should say, remaining in his remarks. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pretty sure I can cover off the 5 minutes. The 45 seconds might be a bit more of a challenge. So, the difficulty of having your speech interrupted halfway through is that you, in some respects, have to summarize what you just said. So at the point in which we initially ran out of time, I was talking about the NDP position, which was that the NDP supports the government's position on humanitarian aid, the upping of the humanitarian aid. They certainly support the government's position on the welcoming of the refugees here, which, by the way, Mr. Speaker, I think is now over 20,000, possibly even 21,000 Syrians are now sheltered here in Canada. And they certainly support the position with respect to enhanced diplomatic engagement. They, however, want the government to engage in the interdiction of both arms and funds. However, there is a perception, at least as I understand the position of the NDP, is that that can be done without military engagement. I'd invite them actually to rethink that position, Mr. Speaker, because in order to do those interdictions, you certainly have to have robust intelligence capabilities. You certainly have to have robust assist, training, and advising capabilities, because unless you have those boots on the ground, those local boots on the ground, the interdiction and the laudable goal of cutting off arms and funding will just simply not happen. The Conservative position, on the other hand, is that they wish to keep the jets in theatre, and you know, the rhetoric I've heard over this has been a little bit over the top at times. But I just want to, that somehow or another, by keeping the jets in theatre, that things will somehow or another work out and that we will all be that much safer. But I just point out to the honourable members opposite that Paris happened while the jets were in theatre, Beirut, Jakarta, Burkina Faso, California, all of those events that affected us all happened with jets in theatre, which leads me to the conclusion, Mr. Speaker, that this has to be a far more robust engagement than merely jets in theatre. And it's clear, Mr. Speaker, at this point that if there is to be a complete degrading of ISIS, ISIL, Daesh, however you wish to refer to it, that there needs to be boots on the ground. And those boots on the ground need to be the best trained boots on the ground that can be there. They need to be local forces, and they need to have the best possible intelligence available to them. The jets have done what the jets can do, and the only lines between Mosul and Raqqa at this point are the rat lines. The actual connections between those two centers of ISIS activity are in fact controlled by the jets. And of course the coalition, we are in a coalition, does have significant capability that is able to maintain the gains that the jets have achieved. I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, with some observations from others with respect to what our new and I would argue more robust engagement in this conflict is. And I'd start off by referencing Colonel Steve Warren, who is a spokesman for Operation Inherent Resolve. And he says, Everybody likes to focus on the airstrikes because we get good videos out of it, and it's interesting because things blow up. But don't forget, a pillar of this operation is to train local ground forces. That is a key and critical part. Then the James Tavares, Dean of the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts, and former NATO Supreme Allied Commander says, "Now I understand you're going to shift to do training, which is perhaps the most important of all. I applaud the fact that our Canadian military and NATO colleagues will be working on the training mission with the Iraqi security forces, potentially with the Kurdish Peshmerga in the north, because we don't want to send 100,000 troops or 150,000 troops like we did in Iraq and Afghanistan. We want local forces to fight ISIS. We need to train, advise, and mentor them. NATO can do that very effectively." So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to participate in this debate. And I would end by quoting a editorial by a national newspaper which says, "It is a sensible way to proceed." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech and his comments. But I'm perplexed at the Liberal position. I can't for the life of me understand their position. On this side of the House, we have a lot of folks who have served admirably in our Canadian Armed Forces, as they have on that side of the House. And when I go through my riding, I speak to veterans. And the veterans are saying, "Guy, how can your government pull these jets out of the sky and put, not only do they have 75 troops on the ground now, when they had cover for them, they're not going to provide any cover." That's incredible. They're going up, they're tripling the boots on the ground. That's their rationale. They're going to triple the boots on the ground with no cover, which is just going to make the problem even worse. We are going to have so many casualties as a result. I would like the Parliamentary Secretary to explain that contradiction in their position. Thank you very much.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I would encourage the honourable member to disabuse whoever it is that's speaking to him about this contradiction, that there will be air cover. It's not as if the air cover is going away. There are at least 10 nations who are providing air cover. There are, I think at this point, 65,000 sorties have gone up. It's not as if the air cover goes away. We are refocusing on what needs to be done in the next phase of the mission. The bombers have done what the bombers can do, which is drive the ISIS into their hidey holes. Our troops will be as well, if not better, covered while they engage in this mission. So I hope that he disabuses his concerned constituents that there will be no cover, because that is simply not true.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, and I must say I always enjoy my colleagues' speeches. I enjoyed it in the last session, and I enjoy this one. However, I have some questions that we've been trying to get answered. We're being invited to change our position, and one essential piece of information I would like to know is the Defence Minister has said there will be increased risk to our forces, our men and women in uniform. I'm wondering if they have a projected casualty count that they could share with us. That's an important piece of information for us to know. I'm wondering if the member could share that. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
As the Minister said yesterday in question period, the people that we will be putting on the ground will be the best of the best, the most able of the most able, the people who have the best equipment possible. They will be in a theatre where there is greater risk. However, Mr. Speaker, it is not without risk. And to engage in fanciful exercises about what might be a casualty count is a disservice in my judgment, to the people of Canada, but particularly to our brave men and women in uniform who, may I point out, when they sign up, take on unlimited risk, and this is what they do. And I would not, under any circumstances, engage in any kind of fanciful calculations along those lines. I think it's a disservice to our people.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Ottawa-Orleans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate the member for his excellent speech, and I wonder if he would care to build on his comments about not only the fighter support provided by allies in support of Canadian soldiers who may or may not be on the ground, and also draw that back to Afghanistan, where, as I recall, the Conservative government did not deploy Canadian CF-18s, and we relied extensively on international air power with good cause and effect. And as well, I do not recall the Conservative government ever releasing or discussing casualty counts prior to operations. Perhaps you could confirm those facts.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the honourable member for answering the question of the previous member better than I could, because he has probably as much experience and as much experience with Canadian military, particularly in Afghanistan, as anyone in this House. And so his experience is something that we rely on this side of the House to give us guidance when putting forward this kind of revised mission. I want to go to the point of interoperability, because just because it's an American jet up there, it doesn't mean that they're not communicating with troops on the ground by whatever nationality is in the coalition. There is interoperability, there is intercommunication that worked quite well in Afghanistan, and as the Minister has said repeatedly, the intelligence gathering that we are bringing to this theater of conflict is a level and a capability that possibly doesn't exist as well in other nations. So I feel absolute confidence that there will be excellent coverage while our people are in theater. I feel absolute confidence that there will be interoperability. I feel confident that the communications will be there, and it doesn't necessarily mean that those have to be Canadian jets in the sky. They can be American or Dutch or whatever.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, ISIL is an evil, brutal, and completely ruthless collective of organizations that specialize in the use of terror to accomplish their aims. ISIL seeks to conquer and subjugate with the interest and intent of establishing a quasi-nation state. As such, it's an insurgency. And the Canadian Armed Forces, indeed Canada, has learned many valuable lessons over the last decades in counterinsurgency operations. Allow me to quote from the Canadian Armed Forces Counterinsurgency Manual, published in 2008 under the authority of the previous government. Insurgency is not a movement of people, it's a competition, a struggle or conflict involving different groups of people. As a manifestation of war, it is a competition of wills. At its root, an insurgency is a political problem, so eloquently referred to by the Minister of National Defence yesterday, and a wider range of agencies, elements of power and capabilities, in addition to the military, must come together in unity of purpose to defeat an insurgency. Mr. Speaker, defeating an insurgency needs more than just bombing. And there are lots of bombers available in the region, as so eloquently mentioned by the previous speaker. Our CF-18s, pilots and ground crew have done a great job with bravery, professionalism, and discipline. Since we deployed our fighter ground attack aircraft, they have contributed about 2.5% of the overall coalition airstrikes. And they've done a fantastic job. So, should Canada continue to contribute to the fight? Yes. But what, where, and how should we contribute in the whole of coalition context? What is needed amongst the various tools in the coalition toolbox is worthy of study, and the Minister of National Defence and his team have done just such. Let me just tell a story, essentially a tale, of what we can learn from history. I first deployed to Afghanistan in 2003 as a Canadian Task Force commander. And then it was a stability operation with some counterinsurgency activities against terrorists. We lost excellent soldiers in that fight. Eventually, our skill sets improved. I went back every couple of months for 7 years, eventually became the Army commander for 4, and our forces, of course, were very successful in around Kabul. Then we shifted to Kandahar, with the intent of providing some security for reconstruction and development. This turned into arguably the toughest fight the Canadian troops had seen since the Korean War, and the cost in lives and resources was both tragic and staggering. Our contribution grew into a very powerful battle group, very well equipped, and I'll give credit where credit is due, in large measure thanks to the previous government and their focus on getting the troops what they needed for the Afghan war, and a robust provincial reconstruction team that was doing most of the local fighting themselves. With very little value added, we saw poorly trained Afghan militia observing from the skyline, themselves traditionally ferocious warriors, but lacking in the discipline and modern contemporary skill sets. There was lots of Allied air power available, and the Conservative government focused its efforts, note, the Conservative government focused its efforts after time on training, because this is what was needed. We had to get the local forces into the fight. And after a relatively short while, we Canadians realized that our efforts to help the local government win would best be served by now increasing the amount of resources and troops we contributed to the training mission and to intelligence and to provincial reconstruction and to actual regional stabilization. From about 2005 to 2010, this transition was underway and applied with great vigor, determination, and skill by not only the Canadian Armed Forces personnel, but indeed all those who contributed to a whole-of-government approach. In 2010, the Conservative government ceased combat operations in the direct fight and the killing and focused the entirety of the mission on training. I'll say it again. In 2010 and onwards, the Conservative government ceased all combat operations in the direct kinetic fight and focused the entirety of their efforts on training Indigenous forces. And do you know what, Mr. Speaker? It worked. It was a sound decision. There was no Canadian CF-18s overhead, and all our troops were involved in the training mission. So, what has changed? What lessons can we draw from essentially the efforts, the valiant efforts of our soldiers, lessons paid for in blood and treasure? Let me say this again. The Conservative government withdrew all combat elements and re-rolled them into a strictly training role. No one in the Conservative caucus argued against this idea at the time. And I know because I was the Army commander. It was the right thing to do then, and it is the right thing to do now, because the great shortfall is in training Indigenous forces. Mr. Speaker, counterinsurgency operations conducted within a counterinsurgency campaign aim to defeat the insurgency through military, paramilitary, political, economic, and psychological and civil actions. Something we got to know quite well, and Canada became really good at it. But the overriding focus was on providing skill sets that we can do better probably than just about anybody else in the world, and that turned out to be the complex endeavors of training Indigenous forces, assisting in regional stability, reconstruction of civil society, and humanitarian support. Yes, we can fight, absolutely. But at times, to fight smarter, you have to look at it in the whole-of-government context. This whole-of-government approach includes everybody in the fight. So whether or not you're a public servant, a police officer, whether or not you are an aid worker, whether or not you're a soldier or a trainer or a helicopter pilot, whether you're armed or unarmed, you're all there contributing to the fight, just like our government is proposing to do in a much more sophisticated and nuanced approach than exists today in Iraq. The former government learned that a multinational coalition fighting against insurgency had to adopt this sophisticated approach, this whole-of-government approach, and that they had to look across the wide aspects of all the tools available to the coalition to get the job done. The former government decided to refocus all of their efforts to training local forces, increasing humanitarian support and development assistance, and worked very hard and quite successfully to enhance regional stability. They provided additional intelligence assets, they provided more reconnaissance assets, and they focused and refocused on training. Mr. Speaker, this is exactly what we're doing. So how is it different? How can it possibly be different? We have learned from the lessons of Afghanistan. So, Mr. Speaker, I have a rhetorical question. It's a quite simple question. How is what our government proposing to do in Iraq any different from what the previous Conservative government learned after many hard lessons paid for in blood and treasure in the experience in Afghanistan? Mr. Speaker, thank you for your attention.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the honourable member opposite was serving in Afghanistan, he came before the Standing Committee on National Defence, and when asked the question, why did you send our troops into Afghanistan in forest greens, his response was, so that they would be noticed. They'd stand out. I'd like to know if his position is still the same, or is there another reason for wanting our troops to stand out like targets?
The honourable member for Orleans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the honourable member is referring to a situation wherein we had two types of uniforms, both green and brown, in the streets of Kabul, which was mainly stability operations and not necessarily focused entirely on counterterrorism. It was presence patrolling, which is in the pantheon of operational capabilities in the center of the spectrum of counterinsurgency operations. In that context, our doctrine clearly states that presence, being able to be seen, to be readily identifiable when you're accompanying Afghan police in the busy streets of Kabul, is a marked difference. And I'd also like to point out, Mr. Speaker, that we had tan uniforms available for when we went out and did the business in the mountains.
Excellent. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all agree on the need to eliminate ISIL, which for all of us is the equivalent of removing evil. We also agree on the need to increase humanitarian aid. But what resonated with my constituents in Kootenay, Columbia during the election was in order to deal with ISIL, we needed to do three things: cut off their supply of money, cut off their supply of arms, and make sure that Canada is the kind of country where everyone feels welcome, thereby ensuring no Canadians would ever consider joining ISIL. So my question to the honourable member is, the citizens of Kootenay, Columbia want to know, how does the government's proposal accomplish those three objectives?
Honourable member for Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. I commend you, sir, for your appreciation of the nuances and sophistication required in the modern and contemporary counterinsurgency fight. What you're suggesting is actually part of the tenets, part of the building blocks in the whole of government complex approach. But there does come a time when you have to focus on giving the Indigenous residents themselves the skill sets and the tools to carry the fight to the local foe. And that is the government proposal, incorporating some of the good ideas you've got, but as well not abandoning the fight, but carrying on the fight by training the local soldiers themselves, turning them from a militia into a professional force so they can carry the fight to the foe.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the honourable member from Orleans for a detailed and very credible presentation this morning, drawing from his personal experiences. I'm looking at my personal experience around business and the top-down approach to management solving versus the bottom-up approach, one that relies on intelligence gathering, on the complexity of issues, the complexity of strengths to attack problems together, and wondering whether maybe I might be oversimplifying this or whether this might apply to the current situation in the Middle East, where we're doing intelligence gathering, training, and execution of plans using a bottom-up approach versus top-down approach.
The honourable member for Orleans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The intelligence cycle starts essentially both at the top and the bottom. You have kinetic activities and those which support it. You've got essentially the observe, detect, orient, and react cycle, which is fairly well known in military theorems. Bottom line, though, is that it has to be comprehensive. So incorporating some of the ideas are already articulated by the NDP member's previous question and yours, you do have to work on choking off the flow of supplies, monetary supplies, and personnel in this holistic approach. And I submit to you that is exactly what the coalition forces are up to now. It's exactly the intent of the NATO command and control architectures, which is coordinating the activities in Europe, and of course of our American allies, which have the lead.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the member for Orleans has served in the military, as have I, and today we're in politics, and our duty is to think of our soldiers above all. And Mr. Speaker, the least we can say is that this government's plan to fight the Islamic State is hypocritical. They're moving in every decision except for the right one, which is to fight. We're increasing the number of soldiers on the ground, and we say we're going to show you how, but we're not going to participate. This plan doesn't take into account the intent of the Canadian forces on the ground. It's the denial of their role. I heard some testimony from a certain Mr. Juan. He said, "Thank you, Mr. Paulus, for your comments. As a former soldier who served for 14 years in Haiti and in Bosnia and also in Afghanistan, I often meet with other former soldiers, and we have the sense of having been abandoned by the Trudeau government. In their lives and also psychologically, without talking about the families who have suffered so many deployments to build our international presence and defend our values. So thank you for saying out loud what people are thinking to themselves." And Mr. Speaker, before continuing, I would like to say I'm sharing my time with the member for Nipissing, Renfrew, Pembroke. Mr. Speaker, we can see that there's a lot of dissatisfaction within the forces and the population in general. This plan has already withdrawn the CF-18s without even waiting for the end of the debate here in the House of Commons, and that's an error, as our allies and everyone recognizes the efficiency of our strike power against this entity. Nathalie Elgrabi of Montreal talks about the lack of judgment of the Prime Minister, and she says that to justify this desertion, and that's a very important word, desertion, he claims that people who are suffering from terrorism every day don't need our vengeance, they need our help. This is a really boring argument coming from the Prime Minister, and it's unfortunate. And she adds that when he reveals that he considers that the fight against ISIL is vengeance, that's really a lack of judgment. Do we have to remind him that fighting against these lunatics is not vengeance? To prevent these terrorists from raping, killing, cutting the throats of and decapitating people is not vengeance. If the Prime Minister confuses vengeance with defending oneself, it's mixing up the murderous instincts of ISIL and the wish for survival of those that suffer from them. Our friends in Washington, through the NATO Association meetings, I heard that this was not a good time nor a good idea for us to withdraw our CF-18s from Syria. In a new chapter in the inconsistency of this government, the Minister of Defense is telling us now that he is thinking of intervening in Libya against the Islamic State after having had discussions with the Foreign Minister of Italy, who is assessing the actions to see what they can do to counter those efforts they're making in Libya. There are some 3,000 fighters there, it's estimated. Now, during a suicide attack in February 60 people died. So the Liberals are now looking to maybe using those CF-18s that they've withdrawn from Syria and Libya. And once again, in Brussels last week, people from NATO confirmed to us that getting into Libya would be the worst possible idea. The mess that this government has made has no limits. The Minister of International Development recognizes that the money sent to the Red Cross and to Médecins Sans Frontières can find its way into the hands of the enemy, the Islamic State. And why would it wind up there? Because we have no way of controlling where those funds go. And on top of that, the minister says, well, we can't control it. So what are we doing as Canadian citizens? Our taxpayers' money is supposed to be used to fight, and instead we're sending it to the enemy. The Minister of Foreign Affairs emphasizes that we could do more to help Jordan and Libya to help them in this fight. But the fight is against the Islamic State. If we try to target too many areas at the same time, we end up missing everything. That's the problem with this plan. There are too many targets, whereas there's only one enemy to fight, and that's the Islamic State. It's essential to really understand the will of people. According to an Angus Reid poll that came out in February 2016, Canadians are worried about the impact of international efforts and the withdrawal of the CF-18s. So 60% of Canadians thought that we should continue to bomb those targets or increase the number of bombing missions that we're actually carrying out against the Islamic State. 47% of people estimate that withdrawing the CF-18s will have a negative impact on Canada's reputation internationally. And 2 out of 5, so 35%, believe that Canada should continue with the current number of bombing missions against the Islamic State, and 26% think that we should increase it. 64% of people believe, furthermore, that the threat of the Islamic State has increased, and half of the people in this group, that's 30%, think that this has changed significantly. And after the attacks in Paris, 33% of people think that Canada should increase its attempts against the Islamic State. So, Mr. Speaker, not only have we missed the opportunity to show our leadership by taking a much firmer stance against the Islamic State, this government, on top of that, has also missed the boat in terms of public opinion. That's what Canadians think. And I've said what they think the government should do to fight the Islamic State. Mr. Speaker, a government that's not listening to its people is a government that's not connected, and we'll give them that. It didn't take any time, just a few months, and who knows, maybe they want to beat their own record in terms of being disconnected. But this is how Liberal governments have acted in the past. So remember the whole sponsorship scandal and their bad attitude and the bad choices they made. Mr. Speaker, I would like to conclude in saying that this government is not on the right track. There are too many targets. They've forgotten who their adversary is in this world, and it's the Islamic State. The Paris attacks, as well as those in Ottawa and Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, are reminders that terrorists threaten and hit us everywhere. There are innocent people who are hurt, and we need to fight against them and hopefully eliminate them. You forget that Canada has made a mistake by withdrawing an important component from our fight. Withdrawing the CF-18s is taking experienced pilots who have shown their worth out of the fight. And let's not make any mistake about this mission. Increasing the number of Canadian forces on the ground to provide training without sending them to fight, which is why they are trained, is diminishing their role and not respecting the competency of our forces. It's bringing our army back to the 1990s. It was a catastrophic time for Canada, particularly in Rwanda, where we participated in this genocide of some 100,000 people. So I'm voting against this government's plan. I encourage all of my colleagues in this House to reject it because it shrinks Canada's reputation globally, and it takes away from the talent and experience of our Canadian forces and what they can contribute to the fight against the Islamic State. That's why this plan should not have been conceived. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our coalition allies, the Americans and French, have much greater resources than Canada has when it comes to their air forces, and they're providing the air cover that coalition forces need on the ground in the theatre. Canada, on the other hand, as was mentioned, demonstrated in Afghanistan that we have tremendous capacity and experience in training Indigenous forces. on the ground, and it's those Indigenous forces that will take the fight to Daesh directly. We've committed to tripling Canada's capacity and to taking a lead in taking that fight to Daesh. Does the honourable member agree or disagree with our position that Canada can take a lead in taking the fight to Daesh and training the Indigenous forces who will take that fight to them? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Saint Charles. Mr. Speaker, the government had sent in the CF-18s to fight, and it had also sent in special forces to ensure training on the ground. That's our former government. So we were never against the training aspect of this mission. Where we have a problem with this plan is to remove the combat capacity, which was very effective. It was only 2.5%, but still, we were part of the countries who were bombing and who were effective at it. Now, sending in troops for training, we have nothing against that. But what we're against is really pulling out our combat capacity, pulling out our airlift or rather air protection strategy, because that's what we need to get the job done.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member from Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to put a question to my colleague, and I would first like to thank him for his excellent speech. He served in the Army himself for 22 years, so he has a particular skill and a deep understanding of these important issues. And he has just come back from 3 international meetings in the United States and in Europe with NATO to understand the entire process that has been put in place and the approach that Canada and its allies have taken to fighting ISIL. I'd like him to tell us a bit about the perception that our allies have of Canada currently on the international stage, and what perception is this going to have on Canada in the coming weeks? The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. Indeed, I did serve for 22 years in the Canadian Forces, and I'm still in touch with former colleagues who are still in the forces, and they have complained to me. And during my last trip to NATO, I discussed with colleagues from numerous countries, and currently the international response. You know, people were going to say, of course, that they're satisfied because that's diplomacy. But in fact, in reality, what the people tell me face to face when I talk with parliamentarians in other countries is that they're disappointed. They're disappointed to see that we're pulling out from our combat capacity. Canada has decided to step back, take a role of a spectator, a secondary role. Sure, that's important, but it's too bad about the combat capacity because we used to fight in Afghanistan. Now we're fighting ISIL, an international terrorist group, and to pull out of that combat is a disavowal of our country.
Questions and comments. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I again want to concur with my colleagues in congratulating my friend and my colleague for an excellent presentation and commend him for the 22 years that he served our country and served it with distinction. Mr. Speaker, the one thing that I fail to understand about the Liberal position is simply this. They seem to think that it's appropriate for other countries to do all the heavy lifting when it comes to protecting our troops. Mr. Speaker, we are asked by a coalition to join the fight against ISIL, one of the most barbaric and murderous regimes this world has ever seen. We were asked to do so, and our government agreed willingly. Now, my colleague just asked in a previous question, what message does that send to our allies when we refute their request to continue on with the CF-18s? I think the answer is obvious. Our allies are not only disappointed, Mr. Speaker, but they will be very hesitant in future of trying to count on Canada's support. So my question to my colleague, does he think that this move by the current Liberal government, by pulling out our CF-18s, will do long-term irreparable harm to our reputation and our relationship with our allies.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. As I said, currently I have seen for myself on the international stage. This is not hearsay because I spoke directly with parliamentarians from our allied countries with personal discussions, and it was confirmed to me that the Canadian stance is now a weaker stance, that we've pulled out of combat, and therefore and I blame the government for that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, as a member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, which includes Garrison, Petawawa, I welcome this opportunity to participate in the debate regarding Canada's contribution to the war against terrorism. There's an ongoing and serious security threat in the Middle East posed by international terrorism. The threat is not only a threat to innocent victims in that war-torn part of the world, it represents an active threat to international security and stability to our allies and to Canada, as we've seen in Paris and more recently in California, here in North America. The brutal murders of Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent and Corporal Nathan Cirillo on Canadian soil means no Canadian is safe. This is why the Canadian Armed Forces must continue to be a part of the solution as full participating members of the International Coalition Against Terrorism. My riding is home to the largest army base in Canada. More significantly, Garrison Petawawa is home to the Canadian Special Operations Regiment, CSOR, the first new regiment to be stood up in over 60 years. The decision to triple the number of Canadian soldiers on the ground in the fight against ISIL to compensate for our withdrawal from the CF-18 jets affects my community directly, as it affects my local base. Those soldiers will come from CSOR. They and their families are my friends and family, my constituents. I see their faces every day. As a member of the Petawawa community, I shared the grief and anguish of our military family when the political decision was made to disband the Canadian Airborne Regiment by a previous Liberal government during the period referred to by the former Chief of Defence Staff, General Rick Hillier, as the Decade of Darkness for Canada's military. I was an elected member of Parliament when that same government made the political decision to send Canadian soldiers to Afghanistan without proper basic equipment. The 1993 election promise to cancel the replacement purchase for the Sea King helicopter meant that Canadian soldiers died on the dusty roads of Afghanistan. Will the 2015 election promise to withdraw Canadian jets from the war on terror mean Canadian soldier deaths, this time in Iraq? Our Canadian soldiers were sent by the Liberal government to a land of sand and deserts wearing forest green uniforms. The Defence Minister was not listening or chose to ignore the briefing when he was told there are no forests where our soldiers are being sent. Once in Afghanistan, our soldiers were forced to use the Iltis Jeep, a ride that offered no protection to its occupants. Garrison Petawawa remembers Sergeant Mark Leger and Corporal Robbie Barenfinger, who lost their lives when their Iltis Jeep hit an IED. During the inquest into their deaths, it was revealed that soldiers who used the Iltis Jeep had to make a choice between which was the more likely way they could die, from a sniper or a roadside bomb. If it was felt that the danger was from snipers, a soldier kept his armored vest on. If a soldier felt there was a greater danger from being killed by a roadside bomb, he removed his vest and sat on it, as the Iltis Jeep offered no protection from being blown up. In the incident that killed Sergeant Leger and Corporal Barenfinger, the driver of the Jeep, who had served longer in Afghanistan, he had determined that the greater threat was from an IED. He survived that bomb blast by sitting on his fragmentation vest and being blown clear. Sergeant Leger and Corporal Barenfinger were wearing their fragmentation vests and died in the explosion when the Jeep hit the roadside bomb. What life and death choices will Canadian soldiers now have to make, knowing Canadian air support will not be there if needed? When the commander of the U.S. troops saw the Jeep our Canadian troops had to use, a horrified General Tommy Franks offered armored Hummers, an offer for reasons only the Liberal government can explain, was turned down. In fact, once our Conservative government was in control of the situation, we immediately moved to provide things like proper uniforms, strategic lift to get our soldiers away from the roadside bombs, and the replacement for the Iltish Jeep, complete with armored plating to protect the occupants from landmines. Canadian soldiers do not complain. They do their job. We owe it to them to give them the proper equipment and resources to do the job we ask them to do. The new Defence Minister is very quick to tell Canadians he has the first-hand experience of serving as a reservist in Afghanistan. That would suggest he has direct knowledge of the consequence of sending soldiers into conflict without the proper tools and resources. With that knowledge, he needs to explain to Canadians what will happen when we get another situation like what occurred last December. Will what happened in Afghanistan happen in Iraq? Will history repeat itself with the withdrawal of air cover? Canadian soldiers were involved in some direct fighting in northern Iraq. Luckily for those soldiers, they could call in air support from CF-18 Canadian fighter jets. These are the same jets that have been ordered home by an uncaring Prime Minister and his Defence Minister who claims empathy with serving soldiers based on his time as a reservist in Afghanistan. Perhaps the Minister is suffering from selective amnesia. Or did he not speak to soldiers who were first sent to Afghanistan without the benefit of strategic lift, or who lost a comrade to a roadside bomb? As a reservist serving in Afghanistan, did he avoid being sent in a green uniform that would allow him, in the words of the Liberal predecessor, be better seen? The Prime Minister and his advisors cynically hope Canadians have forgotten what happens when troops are caught in a war zone without proper air support. The high casualty rate in Afghanistan was a direct result of the politically motivated decision by the Liberal Party to cancel the Sea King replacement helicopter contract. Without the strategic lift to pull our soldiers away from harm's way, soldiers died. It's 2016. Canadian foreign policy is taking a radical shift to the left. Now we have another Liberal government making another election promise not to provide air support for Canadian soldiers. I forgive the Canadians who may be confused with thinking the year is 1993, the last time a Liberal election promise was made on the backs of soldiers. While Canada prepares to spend millions of dollars airlifting tens of thousands of Syrian non-combatants to Canada, millions more suffer in camps under the constant threat of attack. Now is not the time to retreat. Take away our air support, and somebody is going to die. Soldiers need to know the government has their back. Bringing home the CF-18 military jets sends the wrong message at the wrong time. It is said that the first casualty of war is truth. And nowhere is this more important than the rhetoric Canadians are hearing from the government as the Prime Minister spins the peacekeeper myth. Using peacekeeping as an excuse, Canadian soldiers will be ordered to abandon the honor and recognition earned in Afghanistan. By pulling them back from the international coalition fighting terrorism, it will allow the government to make larger cuts and freeload on our allies, which was our reputation before 2006. Cutting our military and abandoning our allies is absolutely the wrong direction for Canada. As the Member of Parliament, I remind the government of its obligation to our NATO partners and its responsibility to protect the freedom, democracy, and safety and security of all Canadians. The Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant continues to threaten world peace and security. That threat has not changed.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend and colleague for her passionate remarks and her almost 2 decades of advocacy in this place for the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces, and particularly the base and military family community in Petawawa. There's no greater champion than that Member of Parliament. She also has a unique role, having done a lot of work internationally as a NATO parliamentarian, Mr. Speaker. So my question to the member would be related to her experience internationally. And our participation in NATO was forged due to Canada's participation, active, and our sacrifice in World War II. And what do the allies in NATO really feel when Canada pulls back, as she said, like we did in the mid-90s, in the decade of darkness, and like we're doing now, withdrawing our active combat role fighting ISIS? What do our allies really feel about the absence of a traditional Canadian partner?
Honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And last week, following the ministers' meeting at NATO, parliamentarians met and gave input to the increasingly dangerous situation surrounding the world, especially in Europe and certainly over here in North America. And the overarching issue and concern people have is that Canada is retreating again, stepping away from the fight. Within the next few weeks, Canada will be named and shamed on how little we're currently spending on the military, and the fear that the spending cuts will grow.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The honourable member for Avignon, Métis, La Matane, Matapédia. First, I would like to very warmly thank our colleague from Charlebourg Saint Charles did during his 22 years in the forces, and for the impact that my colleague who just spoke has had in her community. Now, obviously, there were errors made in the speeches that were just made, and the big mistake that Canadians made was leaving this government in power for 10 years. Now, they did make the right choice on October 19th. So here's my question. How can the Conservatives say that we made a mistake when, in the election campaign, we clearly said that we were going to withdraw the CF-18s from combat? And in addition, in 2010, the former government put in place a strategy that we're advocating right now. So why do they want to fly in the face of Canadians who made a clear choice on October 19th based on the promise that we made to pull out our CF-18s?
Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, our concern has always and will always be here in the Conservative Party the welfare and well-being of soldiers and their families. And the best way to show the concern for the soldiers and the families isn't to just appoint a minister for show, implying that they have concern. The best way to show concern for our soldiers and their families is to make sure the soldiers come home.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher Dumoine.
Oh, yeah, right. 2 children currently serving in the Canadian Armed Forces. Rest assured, I have complete confidence in both our Prime Minister and our Minister of Defence in the decision to play a part of a coalition. Can the member across please explain to this House how she doesn't understand that we are part of a coalition and look the family members of Canadian forces in the eye and tell us that they are not doing enough? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian soldiers join up, they train to fight. And that's the reason they wanted to be in both Afghanistan. We had no greater recruitment efforts and reply to the recruitment effort than when we were actually fighting. The concern is right now that they're not providing the adequate and proper protection that is needed to ensure that our troops come home safe and sound.
Everybody knows that.
We're going to go to statements by members. Déclaration de député, the honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East. The honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
January the 30th, I was honored to attend an evening of education, conversation, and reflection at the Al Zahra Islamic Center on Number 5 Road in East Richmond. Number 5 Road is affectionately known as Highway to Heaven, where churches stand beside synagogues, stand beside mosques, stand beside temples. This evening was an example of the values, beliefs, and religious tenets that unify all faiths. This event was started 5 years ago by young people from the center, an event created to communicate the beliefs and practices of the Islamic faith in an interactive and comprehensive way. This year's theme, Diversity in Islam, was designed to highlight and celebrate the differences, but also the unifying universal beliefs which manifest themselves in Islam and all religious faiths. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to salute the youth from my community for fostering this initiative and for creating an atmosphere of openness, dialogue, and unity for the good people of Steveston, East Richmond.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, this week the Prime Minister highlighted Louis Riel Day, calling Louis Riel a great contributor to Canadian Confederation. That same confederation that almost exterminated the Métis. Who was the guilty party? John A. Macdonald, a Prime Minister of Canada and a founding father of this confederation, who was honoured by the Heritage Minister. The same John A. Macdonald who said that Louis Riel would be hung even though all the dogs of Quebec bark in his favour. The same John A. Macdonald who took away the right of Chinese citizens to vote, who worked for the slavers during the Civil War, and who let prairie Aboriginal people die of hunger. Yesterday, the Minister of Heritage promised to eliminate all references to Claude Jutras from federal institutions. I would also suggest that the Minister do the same with the name of John A. Macdonald.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a wonderful organization in my riding of Edmonton West. The Elves Special Needs Society is a non-profit organization that has been serving the needs of individuals with disabilities since 1973. Elves Society is unique within Edmonton in that it is the only service provider that offers programming and care from kindergarten to late adulthood for persons with severe disabilities. I had the chance to visit one of the Elves Society's facilities in Edmonton West, and it touched my heart. With caring and compassionate staff and volunteers, everyone in need of help is offered the care and dignity they deserve. Far too often, those with developmental disabilities are not given the care that they need. That is where organizations like the Elves Society come in to save the day. Without the work they do, many would have nowhere else to turn. I would like to thank the Elves Society for everything they do and to congratulate them in their success in helping thousands of persons with disabilities live full lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to rise today and inform this House of a proud tradition of community building which takes place in my riding of the Long Range Mountains in Newfoundland. Every year, communities all throughout the riding host winter carnivals. These festivities are an important opportunity to spend time with friends, family, and of course visitors, and to celebrate our very unique Newfoundland and Labrador culture. Each year, residents bundle up and we embrace the winter weather to celebrate our towns and our heritage. With well over 100 communities in the district, there will be hundreds of activities to join in. Communities like Pasadena, Stephenville, St. Anthony, Port-au-Basque, Port-au-Port, Port-au-Choix, Corner Brook for the 45th straight year, the Codroy Valley, and many others all along the Northern Peninsula will all partake in this tradition. I want to say a very special thank you to all the volunteers organizing each and every one of these events. Without them, it wouldn't be possible for the festivities to take place. Most of all, Mr. Speaker, I want my constituents in the Long Range Mountains to know I look forward to joining them to celebrate with as many carnivals as I can. Thank you.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise here today to speak about Kinder Morgan's plan to build a new export-only bitumen-based crude oil pipeline through my riding of Burnaby South. The results from the last election show people didn't vote for business as usual. The Prime Minister promised, quote, a fair new process for reviewing Kinder Morgan. He promised to undo the damage caused by the Conservatives who gutted the National Energy Board pipeline review process in 2012. But my constituents were shocked when the Liberal government announced Kinder Morgan won't have to reapply to build its pipeline. They were shocked when the Liberal government said it will use the exact same NEB process put in place by the Conservatives in 2012. They were shocked when NEB hearings wrapped up last week and they still didn't have their say. They were shocked that it is business as usual for the Kinder Morgan pipeline review. The Liberals promised to fix the Kinder Morgan review process, but they didn't. Now the only thing left for the government to do is to reject Kinder Morgan's application and bring in an improved process for all future projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I recently toured Coquitlam's first purpose-built homeless shelter. The shelter is located at 3030 Gordon Avenue in Coquitlam. The City of Coquitlam, BC Housing, and the Tri-Cities Homelessness Task Group, spearheaded by Mr. Sandy Burpee and hundreds of volunteers, worked tirelessly on this project for over a decade. Together, their work ensured that it opened on schedule this December. Operated by Rain City Housing, the residence provides up to 60 beds for men and women, where individuals are provided 3 meals a day. A final 30 beds are self-contained transitional housing units. Homelessness is an often ignored epidemic. This facility offers a safe and secure place for those who are most vulnerable, empowering them with the tools they need to transition back into their own homes and lead more fulfilling lives. I'm proud to recognize such an organization within my community.
The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, I have had the honour of serving as Stormont, Dundas, and South Glengarry's federal voice for nearly 12 years. And, Mr. Speaker, I am most proud of the work done by my top-notch staff and volunteers in the riding. We are one of the busiest constituencies in the country. In the past 12 years, our team has processed over 57,000 passport applications. We have handled over 9,000 files. We have helped over 1,500 families receive $12 million through the Disability Tax Credit Program, Mr. Speaker. And last year, we partnered with local volunteers through our CRA's Community Volunteer Income Tax Program to complete 4,000 income tax returns for lower and fixed income residents. Mr. Speaker, I am sure all members here will agree that our staff are the backbone of our success. That is why I'm so grateful to Eric, Francine, Denise, Nicole, Sue, Stephanie, Claire, Rosemary, and all our income tax clinic volunteers for the fantastic work they do, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to recognize Emma Donoghue, a constituent of London West whose first feature film, Room, has been nominated for 4 Academy Awards, including Best Adapted Screenplay, Best Director, Best Actress, and Best Picture. Emma Donoghue is an award-winning Irish-Canadian playwright, literary historian, novelist, and screenwriter. Her 2010 novel, Room, was an international bestseller and finalist for the Man Booker Prize. She has also been recognized with the Stonewall Book Award in 1997 and the Farrell Grumley Award in 2002 for excellence in LGBT fiction. I join all Canadians in congratulating Ms. Donoghue on this spectacular achievement and know that we will all be cheering her on to bring home an Oscar on February 28th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, in the coming weeks, Canadian medical students will hear news of their residency placements. This week is National Residents Week that recognizes the contributions of more than 9,000 medical residents who are a valued and critical part of Canadian healthcare delivery. Residency sees newly minted doctors move from medical school to advanced training in their chosen specialty. Residency is an important part of our country's training for emerging physicians. I can speak to the demands of residency programs, having watched my wife go through the rigors of residency several years back. My wife's program involved an entirely female cohort of 8 residents in Chilliwack, BC. Our family, including our 3 young children, met these female colleagues on several occasions. We finally had an opportunity to meet the second-year residents that included several men. My 5-year-old daughter was perplexed by this development, wondering if boys could also be doctors. I commend the women and men who are currently in the residency programs across Canada. And to the residents, I look forward to seeing you successfully complete your training and join your colleagues in providing the excellent medical services that define part of who we are as Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to pay tribute to a former Member of Parliament, Mr. Dave Chatters. Dave served as a Member of Parliament for 12 years in the ridings of Athabasca and Peace River St. Paul from 1993 until 2006. Sadly, on January 25th, Dave passed away at the age of 69 from pancreatic cancer. As a Member of Parliament, Dave was committed to serving his constituents and took this role seriously. Even today, his work ethic in the community is fondly remembered. In the House, Dave served as a senior opposition critic for natural resources for over 10 years and chaired the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. A true conservative, Dave Chatters was a man dedicated to his riding, his province, his country. His service in our nation would make Canada a better place. On behalf of this House, I extend my condolences to Dave's loved ones, including his wife of 48 years, Evie, his 2 sons, Gary and Matt, his grandchildren, and his great-grandchildren.
The honourable member for Mississauga Centre.
Mr. Speaker, with the upcoming travel season during March break, I would like to inform the House and Canadians about a great new tool. Last December, the government launched its new Travel Smart app. It's a one-stop shop for international travel information and advice. Travel Smart will provide Canadians with timely information on security conditions, health considerations, changing entry and exit requirements, passport validity, and wait times at border crossings. Most importantly, it provides emergency contact information for Canadian embassies and consulates and allows users to register so they can be reached in case of an emergency. The Smart Travel app is a new tool that reflects our priority, helping all Canadians to travel safely around the world. I want to thank our hard-working officials for this wonderful tool and encourage all members to download the app and to encourage their constituents to do so as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in the House to mark Heritage Day. Heritage Day is held the 3rd Monday of February and encourages all Canadians to preserve and promote the spectacular, historic, architectural and natural heritage of Canada.
See the magnificent and extensive work done to update and preserve the West Block. Our Parliament buildings are a national historic site and symbols of our cherished democracy. For this reason, and as a former parliamentary guide, Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize the efforts of the Department of Public Services and Procurement in rehabilitating and preserving our Parliament buildings and our important heritage treasures for all Canadians. I also salute the Department's collaborative work with all of its partners, including the institutions of Parliament, in ensuring that these buildings meet the needs of the 21st century.
Mr. Speaker, as Canada's sesquicentennial approaches, I invite you and all Canadians to celebrate our heritage on Heritage Day.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, as we all work to encourage innovation in Canada, I'm concerned that some of the things this government is introducing will not help. Right here in Ottawa, we have one of Canada's best tech startups known as Shopify. This firm is an incredible success story, started by 2 entrepreneurs who've grown their company into a multi-billion-dollar firm. They employ over 1,000 people, have more than 200,000 vendors using their platform, and have a new research office opening in Montreal to create 150 more jobs. Wow. However, their CEO has publicly stated that the new Liberal plan to tax stock options would have made it extremely difficult for their company to grow and become such a success. The CEO said Many people took massive pay cuts to join his company in exchange for options to purchase equity. He also said taxing stock options could have a disastrous impact on younger startups. I urge this government to consider how the measures they are introducing, like taxing stock options, are going to impact our ability to have startup companies continue to succeed.
Good point. Honourable member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, International Mother Language Day on February 21st is recognized by the United Nations and is celebrated by cultures and countries around the world. In 1952, students in Dhaka, Bangladesh, demonstrated for the recognition of Bangla as an official language of then East Pakistan. Several protesting students were arrested and others were shot dead by police, including Abdus Salam, Rafiq Uddin Ahmed, Abul Barkat, and Abdul Jabbar. On February 21st, we remember these students and their tragic sacrifice, and we are reminded of the lasting impact that peaceful protests can have. More, on February 21st, we remember the importance of linguistic and cultural diversity and our continued commitment to multiculturalism. Donobat, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to stand on this World Day of Social Justice. In EU communities, we are taught that each person has a role to fulfill in maintaining a healthy society. Everyone and everything is valued and included. We learn that babies can teach us patience. We learn that youth can remind us to be enthusiastic. That our parents and grandparents provide that wisdom, that guidance, and that stability. Today we live in an amazing time, and yet the global economy continues to operate in terms of unwanted, redundant, and superfluous. We are all part of an interconnected web of relationships that we have obligations to one another and everything in our lives. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, what if? What if we could look beyond that which is base and vile and imagine a better world? Social justice must be at the heart of our concerns. We must ensure that all peoples, without discrimination, are able to live their hopes and dreams in complete solidarity. Working together, we can be the companions of all those who aspire to beauty and who seek justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Deputy de Richmond.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of the week, the Prime Minister has been asked by all parties in the House to pass Bill C-452 on human trafficking, a bill which received royal assent after being approved by all political parties in this House. Mothers of young girls taken by street gangs have written him directly. What I'm afraid in this story is that the Liberal government will refuse to sign the order in Council because the bill was not presented by the Liberal Party. That would not be appropriate for a government and a prime minister that is supposed to take decisions for the well-being of all. As the member who presented the bill in 2011 said, the parliamentary debate has already happened. The bill is ready. It's time for the Liberal government to set partisanship aside and sign the order in Council. It's something that will take just 5 minutes, but which will help many young girls in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Social Net has been the pride of Canada for many years. With time, the face of poverty has changed in many ways. There are many people who work and those without jobs who put all their efforts into finding a good job. Thankfully, there are community organizations to support them. In my riding, La Prairie, the Complexe de Partage offers services of support, training, and integration to families and those who need it. Nearly 4,000 citizens, children and adults, have benefited from their services. On World Social Justice Day, I would like to take this opportunity to thank them. On behalf of all the families of La Prairie, I say thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de Louis.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout the week, we, the Conservative members, have asked the government when they would be retaking control of the public purse. Unfortunately, we haven't had the slightest hint of an answer that made any sense. Nothing at all. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that if the Prime Minister was heading up a business, he would have lost his job long ago. When will the Prime Minister stop or managing the state like a good father would. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, we were elected with a mandate to implement a plan for our economy, and we're going to continue to make the significant investments to do so because it's a priority for our government. But it's more important to recognize that it is a priority for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, would like to answer that we were elected, yes, but we were elected to have a $10 billion maximum deficit. And the changes we've already made to the income tax is going to result in a $1.7 billion deficit. Now it's the F-35. Maybe yes, maybe no. The question's easy. What's your next broken promise going to be? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
That we are doing the right thing by investing in infrastructure, by giving middle-income Canadians a break, by helping low-income families with a new Canada Child Benefit. Mr. Speaker, we're doing what economists like Larry Summers, former U.S. Treasury Secretary, says is the right thing to do. We're doing what David Dodge, the former governor of the Bank of Canada, says is the right thing to do. We're listening to experts, not to the Conservatives from whom we inherited debt and deficits and a low-growth economy.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Now, Mr. Speaker, on a different subject completely, the delicate issue of physician-assisted dying. We know that from the outset the Prime Minister has boasted about the Quebec experience. And I remind you, I know what I'm talking about. It ended in a free vote. But last year, the government House leader announced, not in the House, but in the press, that it would be a partisan vote. They would have to follow the party line. And already the members from Winnipeg and Scarborough have said that that made no sense, and they're right. Mr. Speaker, I ask the government to look at common sense, and will they not allow, yes or not, no, Liberal members to vote according to their conscience? The Honourable President of Treasury Board.
This is a very important issue for Canadians. That's why there is a parliamentary committee studying and working on a report on this issue. We look forward to receiving their report, and we will take that report seriously, and we will work with members of Parliament from all parties in a non-partisan way on this issue.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, the absolute worst thing you can do during an economic downturn is to burden Canadians with higher taxes. Right. The proposed national carbon tax would kneecap the energy sector. Canadians out of work across the country expect the government to grow the economy, not add additional burdens. This is a terrible idea that could not come at a worse time. Higher taxes on energy will make Canadian oil even less competitive on the world stage. Is the minister trying to completely destroy the Western Canadian economy, or is he just doing it by accident?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, we're working with all regions of this country to create an environment where we can have economic growth. For instance, one of the most important issues is to have market access for Canadian petroleum. Under the previous government, they were unsuccessful in getting 1 meter of access to tidewater for Canadian energy. And that's because, Mr. Speaker, they refused to work with provinces. They refused to work with the environmental community, and they refused to work with Aboriginal and First Nations leaders. Mr. Speaker, we are working with our partners and stakeholders because we know what it takes to actually make economic progress for Canadians.
Regina Capel. Order.
Mr. Speaker, under our watch, 4 major pipeline projects were built. The first thing they did was kill Northern Gateway. A new national carbon tax would devastate all aspects of the economy, making Canadians pay more for everything they buy, and it will drive out investment. Premier Brad Wall has warned that this new tax would hurt economic growth and cost jobs across the country. Saskatchewan has indicated that they want no part of this job-killing scheme. Now, the Liberals talk about working with the provinces. Will the minister stand in this House and guarantee that Saskatchewan can opt out of this terrible idea?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, across Canada, individual governments have priced carbon. This has occurred for a long time. And we, unlike the previous government, we're actually doing something that seems quite unconventional by recent standards. We actually meet with premiers. We work with provincial governments, and we look forward to continuing to work with them to ensure that we have an environmentally and socially and economically sustainable energy industry here in Canada.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Former Avios employees were not treated well. They went to court twice to just save their jobs in Montreal and Mississauga, and now we've learned that the government wants to change the legislation to relieve Air Canada of its obligations. Before the election, the Prime Minister promised fairness for these employees, but yesterday his answer was quite different. So why is the government abandoning the 2,600 jobless Avios workers? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Air service support and the aeronautics industry is a key industry for Canada, and this government understands that, and we are working with all stakeholders. We will continue to do that. We are concerned, for instance, with the recent issues around Bombardier. We are pleased to see Air Canada purchasing planes from Bombardier, the C-300 series. This is really important, but Mr. Speaker, make no mistake about it. Our government understands the importance of the aeronautical industry, and we will continue to invest in it and support it and work with its employees and stakeholders.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
If they understood the importance, they wouldn't be abandoning 2,600 families, Mr. Speaker, and that's what they're doing. Before the election, Liberals promised they would defend Avios jobs. Now, the minister and the government say they'll reopen the Air Canada Public Participation Act. Now, this legislation was implemented to protect good aerospace jobs in Winnipeg, Montreal, and Mississauga. So why are the Liberals planning to remove these legal protections for thousands of good aerospace maintenance jobs across Canada? Why won't they stand up for these good Canadian jobs?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, our government is not only standing up for Canadian jobs, we are actually investing in creating Canadian jobs. We are investing in science. We are investing in innovation. We are investing in infrastructure, the kinds of investments that will create the jobs of today and tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, because we understand the importance of investing in Canadians and investing in Canadian innovation.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, this morning we learned that the Radio-Canada Tower is now officially for sale. From the outset, this project has raised significant concerns and a lack of transparency. It's the CBC's very production capacity that's at risk. Management has offered no guarantees that this will be maintained. Can the government tell us if they intend to truly give Radio-Canada a blank check? What guarantees will they demand? The Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. We expect that CBC Radio-Canada carry out consultations with partners in order to assess the possible options. We recognize the importance of Maison Radio-Canada in the heart of Montreal and the role that it plays for Canadians. We'll reinvest, Mr. Speaker, in CBC Radio-Canada to help in the digital area as well. So this will all be done with consultations with the broadcaster. Thank you very much. Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, such a major transaction will require government approval. At a minimum, they should be able to tell us if they're going to require the corporation to be transparent in its actions. Quebecers and Montrealers care about the building. It has a unique status in our cultural history. With the plans of the CBC Board of Directors, the tower could be demolished. Can the government tell us if they considered other options for the use of this building? The Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, all options have been taken into consideration for the CBC Tower, and it's important to note that the facilities in the building be modern and adapted to the new media reality. In the digital age, we value CBC Radio-Canada. We're going to reinvest in the corporation, and I want to tell the House that CBC Radio-Canada is an independent entity.
Saskatoon Grasswood.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister continues to fly over Saskatchewan. Perhaps he should stop in and feel the pain that this province is undergoing right now. Saskatchewan continues to contribute even in these tough economic times. Saskatchewan businesses were in Ottawa this week, not looking for handouts, but pleading with this government to stop their job-killing tax schemes. Saskatchewan wants to be competitive, and it doesn't include a carbon tax. So why do the Liberals insist, then, on inflicting crippling taxes that will send more people to the unemployment lines?
Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very surprised that the member opposite doesn't believe in a market mechanism that will help will tackle climate change, create clean jobs, and stimulate innovation. More than 80% of Canadians will soon live in a jurisdiction where there is carbon pricing, and major Canadian corporations as well as international corporations, already build a price of carbon into their investment decisions. We look forward to sitting down with the premiers, unlike the other government, and actually looking at how we can move forward to have a real plan to grow our economy and tackle climate change. Thank you.
Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, does the Delay and Study Party, aka the Liberals, understand that the people of Saskatchewan are hurting? The downturn in the oil and gas industry has left thousands of Saskatchewanians out of work. I see the devastation effects every time I drive in my riding. Now the Liberals are scheming to impose a carbon tax against the will of Canadians in Saskatchewan. Why are they imposing a job-killing carbon tax at a time when people in the energy sector are losing their jobs daily?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are certainly concerned about the situation in Saskatchewan and the job losses that are due to low commodity prices. However, unlike the previous government, we believe that the environment and the economy go together. That is why we are working with the provinces and territories to have a comprehensive plan to tackle climate change, but also stimulate innovation and grow a clean economy. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
The Prime Minister breaks another election promise. Revenue-neutral tax cuts, deficits, balanced budgets, all broken promises. To make matters worse, the Prime Minister is spending billions of dollars of taxpayers' money on foreign vanity projects. And now we're hearing that he's got a scheme to impose a harmful carbon tax on provinces like Saskatchewan at the absolutely worst time for our energy industry. Why is the Liberal government punishing Canadians at a time when hundreds of thousands of Canadians are losing their jobs?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said previously, unlike the previous government, our government believes that the environment and the economy go together. Unfortunately, under the previous government, because they took a position against developing resources in a sustainable way and diversifying our economy, we actually weren't able to create the jobs that we need to grow the economy of the future. What we are doing now is we're going to be working with the provinces and the territories to develop a plan that tackles climate change, one of the biggest challenges of our generation, and also moves us forward to a lower carbon economy with good new jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Once the Minister of Environment has been promising Canadians a Canada-wide climate change plan. Despite repeated quests to do so, the Minister has failed to deliver such a plan. Another broken promise. At the same time, she's boasting about billion-dollar climate change projects in foreign countries and scheming on a tax grab which will impose more punishing carbon taxes on Canadians. So to the Minister, as the broken promises pile up, why is she abandoning the thousands of working Canadians who are losing their jobs because of her policies?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member opposite well knows, I've sat down with the members, with the representatives, my counterparts from the provinces and territories, to talk about a pan-Canadian plan to tackle climate change, but also to set our economy on a new path where we have sustainable growth. We have done this. The Prime Minister is meeting on March 3rd with the premiers and the premiers of the provinces as well as the territories to actually develop this pan-Canadian plan, and we're well aware of the challenges faced by Saskatchewan and other provinces, and that's why we're going to invest in green infrastructure and how we're going to create clean jobs. Thank you.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, the March 2016 deadline for a new agreement on internal trade is fast approaching. Now, I know this government likes to tell us that they are working really hard while consulting on consultations, but Canada desperately needs a long overdue new agreement on internal trade. Will the Prime Minister announce a new agreement on internal trade when he meets with Canadian premiers next month in Vancouver, or will he promise more promises and come home empty-handed?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation and Science.
Mr. Speaker, we run on a growth agenda, and we understand it's very, very important that we work with our provincial and territorial counterparts. And that is why I had the pleasure of meeting with them a few days ago to discuss this very important matter. We were able to make sure that we are making progress on meaningful areas to reduce barriers, Mr. Speaker, to harmonize regulations, Mr. Speaker. We have goodwill. We're cooperating with them. We're working with them. And I'm very confident, Mr. Speaker, that we'll have positive results to announce to Canadians in the near future.
Good. Honourable member for Brandon Souris. The Honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Speaker, according to the recent report from the National Bank of Canada, the Liberals are on track to add $90 billion to Canada's debt. In Manitoba, we witnessed how runaway NDP deficits have destroyed our province's credit rating, while Premier Selinger has raised taxes and drove away business. Mr. Speaker, the tax and spend policies of the NDP in Manitoba didn't work. So can this finance minister tell us why his Liberal government, his new Liberal government, wants to burden Canadians by repeating these terrible NDP mistakes?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. On 19th of October, Canadians made a very clear choice. They chose economic growth. Already in December, we started with our plan to reduce taxes for the middle class that benefits 9 million Canadians. In the next budget, Mr. Speaker, we'll continue with the Canada Child Benefit, which will be the benefit of 9 out of 10 Canadian families and get a lot of children out of hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. And on top of that, our infrastructure program is one that will allow us to bring economic growth to the country. Mr. Speaker, on the 19th of October, Canadians made a clear choice. It was the choice of growth. The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavut EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, harassment within the RCMP is making headlines. We are told things are in hand, but clearly the problem is systemic. The RCMP seems unable of dealing appropriately with these complaints internally. No respect for victims. The allegations are not taken seriously, and the penalties are ridiculous. Mr. Speaker, when will the government require the RCMP to finally take these things seriously? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question. And harassment issues are serious issues. It's unacceptable that this behavior would occur within the RCMP or any other agency. And I inform the House also that as regarding these questions, the two members in question have been suspended.
Mr. Speaker, harassment in any workplace is a serious issue. It must be dealt with fairly and immediately. But according to new reports, complaints about things like bullying and sexual touching were raised by former RCMP employees in 2014 and 2015, but were too often ignored. When fault was found, the penalties were just not credible. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP investigating itself is just not working. Will the minister agree to take this on directly and order a full, independent review of harassment in the RCMP?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I have said that we are very concerned about these allegations, and we're working with the management of the RCMP and the senior members to ensure that there are no further cases.
White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, innovative companies not only in British Columbia but right across this country rely on stock options to keep smart young Canadians working right here at home. And if we don't keep our tax competitive, these young people will simply go elsewhere. Shopify is a Canadian innovative success story, and we know that the CEO and many other CEOs have called on the Liberals to abandon their misguided plan to tax stock options. Will the Minister of Finance listen to the people who are actually creating the good jobs for these young people and cancel this misguided tax hike?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation and Science.
Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity actually to visit Shopify. It's an incredible Canadian success story, Mr. Speaker. And what they're encouraging is they have a government that is really committed to a comprehensive innovation agenda, an agenda that will create opportunities for companies like Shopify to expand and grow their operations, Mr. Speaker. We've heard their concerns around stock options, Mr. Speaker. We're engaged with them. But more importantly, they're very excited about the fact that this government is going to be putting forward an innovation agenda that's going to really help companies grow and succeed here, Mr. Speaker, and be competitive globally as well.
For South Surrey White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians need jobs. Bombardier has the potential to create much-needed jobs if the Toronto Island Airport has been allowed to expand. But, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Transport has overruled the decision not only by the Toronto City Council, but the Toronto Port Authority. He has blocked the expansion of the Toronto Island Airport. Mr. Speaker, why is this Minister of Transport blocking Bombardier from creating jobs for Canadians and preventing the expansion of the Toronto Island Airport?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much for that question from the member opposite. I want to reiterate that as announced on November 12, 2015, the Government of Canada will not reopen the tripartite agreement between the federal government, the City of Toronto and Ports Toronto. All three parties of the tripartite agreement must concur on any amendments.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, for months now, this government has been repeating the same thing. We heard it again this morning. There's a plan for this, there's a plan for that, but the only plan we're seeing is one that leads to bungling. We learned this week from officials at Public Services and Procurement Canada that the Liberal plan is to build tugboats and fireboats and have them built outside of Canada. Can the Minister tell us why these boats should not be built in Canada by Canadians?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Public Works and Procurement.
The Government of Canada is committed to investing in the Royal Canadian Navy and the Canadian Coast Guard to ensure they are able to operate as a true blue water force while also growing our economy and creating jobs. To support our electoral commitment to be more transparent and open, we will be providing regular updates to Parliament and the public on the progress of the shipbuilding strategy. We're always looking for opportunities to increase the efficiency of procurement processes so we can save time and money.
Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, Public Services and Procurement recently stated the new ships of the Royal Canadian do not have to be built in Canada. Minister after minister, even today, have stood in this House and told us they have a plan to grow the economy and create jobs through infrastructure spending. And yet when they have the opportunity to do so, the first thing they do is look to send the jobs overseas instead of supporting our shipbuilding sector. Will the minister tell us why the Liberals would rather farm out jobs to foreign countries than create the high-paying jobs here in Canada?
Honourable Parliament Secretary for Public Services and Procurement.
A renewed federal fleet is a key enabler of important government priorities, including our sovereignty, preserving our fish stocks, monitoring the impact of climate change, and supporting the Canadian economy by creating jobs. To date, more than 300 Canadian companies have received work as a result of the shipbuilding strategy. The vessels will be built in Canada. It's estimated that the shipbuilding strategy will create up to 15,000 jobs and more than $2 billion in annual economic benefits over the next 30 years.
Honourable Member for Rimouski and Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, if there's something that everyone in Canada agrees on and that makes them angry is the lack of competition in the cell phone area. Yesterday, the CRTC refused access to small players, providing the infrastructure necessary to grow and develop. Now, this kind of type of competition would have been good for the wallets of our fellow citizens. Can the minister tell us what his plan is to ensure greatest competition, broader coverage, and lower prices? The Honourable Minister of Innovation and Science.
Member for this question, and as he knows, the CRTC is an arm's-length administrative tribunal that regulates and supervises broadcasting and telecommunications in the public interest. But for me, Mr. Speaker, telecommunications sector is an essential platform for innovation, Mr. Speaker, particularly in this digital economy. And that is why we continue to support competition, choice, and availability of services, Mr. Speaker. We want to make sure we continue to foster a strong investment climate to make sure we have greater competition and better choice for consumers.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni. Won't bring down cell phone prices. Mr. Speaker, Canadians pay some of the highest cell phone bills in the world, yet the previous government failed to make any progress, and Liberals have shown no interest. Yesterday, the CRTC denied an appeal to spark real competition in the wireless sector by allowing new small players into the market. What action are Liberals going to take to stop Canadians from getting gouged? And will the minister step in to review this proposal? Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, we remain engaged with consumers. We remain engaged, Mr. Speaker, with the companies that have brought forward this proposal, Mr. Speaker. We want to make sure we create an environment for them to be able to provide their services, Mr. Speaker. As I said, with respect to CRTC, they're independent tribunal. They'll make their own decisions. But we want to promote competition, Mr. Speaker. We want to promote choice, Mr. Speaker. And we'll continue to make sure we advance this file as part of our overall innovation agenda, Mr. Speaker, that will allow an opportunity for better choices for consumers.
Honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, this government's openness and transparency is refreshing after a decade of deceit and denial from the previous government. In fact, important financial information on numerous federal programs has been kept hidden by the previous government, even when requested by the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Can the President of the Treasury Board inform this House of the actions he's taking to ensure that the PBO finally receives the information it has long requested?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Sydney, Victoria, for his work on this file and for that tough question. The Conservatives refused to disclose the information about its 2012 budget cuts to Canadians and to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Our government has released this information because government information belongs to Canadians. Our government will continue to be open and transparent with Canadians because we believe that's the right thing for a government to do, because we believe in open by default government.
Honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, I feel obligated to remind the Liberals of how barbaric ISIS terrorists are. This week, they publicly beheaded a 15-year-old boy for listening to pop music. The U.S. State Department reported that ISIS used mustard gas in a deadly attack against Iraq's Kurdish Peshmerga. The new Liberal plan puts our troops at increased risk and ignores the immediate security needs of innocent civilians. Now that our CF-18s can no longer take out ISIS from the air, will the Prime Minister be using reason to stop ISIS from carrying out these atrocities?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the honourable member opposite that the atrocity that ISIL is committing. But I also remind them that you cannot take out this enemy like this for the atrocities from the air. It should only be done on the ground. And this is the reason why we're tripling our training capacity and doubling our intelligence so we can actually work as part of a coalition and defeat ISIS for the final time. Thank you.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister is speaking in the House on the government's motion on the ISIS mission, the Defence Minister quietly issued a press release saying our CF-18s dropped their last bombs on Monday and were headed home. In his press release, the Minister of Defence did not even thank or acknowledge the invaluable contributions made by Canada's fighter jets. This comes before the House has even had a chance to vote on the motion. The Prime Minister promised a debate and a vote, knowing full well he would blatantly ignore the democratic will of Parliament. Why are they more interested in retreat than debate?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, When the announcement, we stated that the bombing campaign of the CF-18s will end on February 22nd. However, the exact decision will be made by the Chief of Defence Staff and the Coalition, and that decision was made for Monday. But also, the member opposite knows I actually made the announcement during the debate speech when the member opposite was sitting right here in front of me. And in that statement, I actually commended the great work of our F-18 pilots at that time, and the press release was sent out after that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Soldiers' families well remember the 2002 friendly fire incident when U.S. jets fired on Canadian soldiers in Afghanistan, killing 4. Our CF-18s would have known they were Canadian boots on the ground, and now we're back to relying on other countries for air cover. What did the minister mean yesterday when he said our special forces in Iraq need anti-armor? Did he withdraw the F-18s before putting necessary protection in place for our soldiers on the ground?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the member opposite actually brought that question up. With regarding for the anti-armor capability, this should have been actually provided in before our government, when our ground troops went there in the first place. This capability wasn't there. So also like to remind, the reason we're putting this in inclement weather, the airstrikes cannot come in. So if they have a threat that can only be taken by anti-armor capability, you need a portable system to do so. And that system is not in our inventory anymore. And this decision was made by the previous government. Exactly. And I'm going to be bringing that back in with me.
Honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Defence has said that to beat a so-called Islamic State, we must be on the ground. So our soldiers are going to be exposed to friendly fire, and first they have to protect them, but they've pulled our CF-18s out of the fight. Mr. Speaker, why is the minister calling on our allies to protect our soldiers in our stead? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as a coalition, we fight as a team. And we also defend each other as a team as well. And when we put our military package together for the coalition, we consulted, we looked at the gaps, and we provided the necessary capacity. This is the reason why, and I'll repeat it again, tripling our training capacity, providing the intelligence, and putting even additional capabilities, which I actually briefed my critic personally on over the phone on the day that we made the announcement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives' attack on labour rights included stripping the rights of workers to refuse unsafe work and rolling back health and safety protections for federally regulated workers. These are fundamental labour rights that took generations to achieve. Yet despite the Liberal election promises, the new government has failed to act. Instead of patting themselves on the back, will the Liberals give working Canadians a straight answer today for why they are refusing to reverse these Conservative attacks on protection for workers?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague across the way. She's right to state that the previous Conservative government had organized labour in their crosshairs, and we saw that time and time again. Bill C-377, Bill C-525, which I was very pleased that our minister was able to put forward her first piece of legislation, C-4, to repeal those. We'll continue to work on labour issues, fair wages, the definition of danger. Those are important issues, and we'll continue to pursue them as we go forward.
South.
Mr. Speaker, between 2006 and 2015, the Conservative government took an axe to Statistics Canada. More than 539 products were slashed, including crucial information needed to make informed policy decisions, information on food production, farm prices, GDP, and much more. All of these products are no longer available to researchers, scientists, policymakers, and Canadians. Will the government bring back these crucial products, or will they continue the Conservative war on science? Thank you.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, one of the first things that our government did was bring back the long-form census, and that is a clear indication that we will bring back evidence-based decision-making in government to replace the Conservatives' decision-based evidence-making, which was going on for 10 years, because we believe not only in terms of open and transparent government, but we believe that we can make the best possible decisions when we have the best evidence. So I agree with the honourable member, and we will continue to ensure the Canadian government makes the best decisions with the best evidence.
Member for Flamborough of Lanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was pleased to see backbench members from across the aisle clearly condemn the anti-Semitic boycott, divest and sanction movement here in the House and agree to support our motion of the same. Will the frontbench Liberals be clear and unequivocal in fully condemning the boycott, divest and sanction movement, as our allies in Britain have already done? And will they launch an education program to inform Canadians the anti-Semitic nature of the boycott, divest and sanction movement, as the Minister of Foreign Affairs stated was the best course of action in his speech yesterday here in the House?
The Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, this government is certainly determined to strengthen all the programs that will educate Canadians against racism and intolerance, and to have a more tolerant and open-minded country as ever, and especially regarding our Jewish community. This being said, the attempt of the Conservatives to divide this House on this issue has failed yesterday and will always fail as long as we have this government in place.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Minister of Foreign Affairs said his only goal was to free, quote, every Canadian in trouble around the world. Ernest Fenwick McIntosh is a Canadian and a convicted pedophile. He's in jail in Nepal right now for sexually assaulting a child. In 1997, the government issued a passport when they shouldn't have. Is this someone that the Liberals want to bring back to Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Canada will be there to give consular help to Canadians when it is appropriate, and all the help they're entitled to have. What we want to free are the Canadians that are unfairly put in jail everywhere in the world. This is what I want to say, and if it was not clear for my colleague, I'm pleased to clarify that for him today. I hope it's clear now.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, if you're visually impaired and you love to read, the good news is that there are 285,000 books in Braille, audio, and large print available around the world, in addition to what's already available at home. The problem is copyright laws keep those books out of this country. That's the bad news. Last spring, our government introduced legislation to change copyright and implement the Marrakesh Treaty in order to make more than 250,000 books available to the visually impaired at zero cost to taxpayers. I wonder if the government would commit today to reintroducing this legislation and working with all parliamentarians to pass it as quickly as possible.
Honourable Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his very thoughtful question, and I want to say that we do support the treaty, Mr. Speaker, because we understand that many Canadians live with print disability, and for these Canadians it can be especially difficult to obtain access to the printed material they need to participate in the economy and our society. This government is working to address this challenge by facilitating for persons with a print disability to be published works around areas of audio and large print to provide greater accessibility and opportunities for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. I'll continue to work with the member opposite on this very important matter, Mr. Speaker, and we'll make sure we advance this. As I said from the beginning, we do support this very important treaty.
Yeah.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the humanitarian tragedy caused by the forced displacement of people in Syria reminds us of our responsibility with regard to development assistance. Can the Minister of International Development and La Francophonie explain to us what the impact her new efforts will have on people and refugees in this region of the world? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his interest in this topic. During my recent visit to the Zatari camp that has 4,000 refugees in Jordan, I could see the impressive work being done by our humanitarian partners, including the grocery that was set up by the World Food Programme and the UN Health Clinic for the refugees to allow for 5,000 safe births to occur. The UNICEF is also working in the schools there. Canadians can be proud of their contribution. Thank you.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, this government is out of touch with Canadians. In just 100 days, they have done nothing to help the most vulnerable in society.
Zero.
They have done nothing to help the low-income families, and they continue to keep them in the dark. Why is the minister making mums and dads wait months to hear their latest tax scheme? How are families supposed to plan their budgets when they are being told to hang in there till July 1st?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Now, I don't quite understand her, because if there is one party that has been clear on its plan for the middle class, well, then it's the current government. Mr. Speaker, we have reduced taxes for the middle class. That's a measure that will help more than 9 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We even told our colleagues on the other side, and we told all Canadians, that in the next budget there will be the Canada Child Benefit in our next budget that will help more than 9 out of 10 families, in addition to our infrastructure program. Mr. Speaker, we have a complete program to relaunch the economy, to help children, and to help the middle class.
Member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, when Canadian Forces members are deployed across the world, their spouses and their children are just as much a part of that deployment. They live it alongside our servicemen and women as if they were on the front lines also. Coming home, wounded or not, families are the primary support for Forces members and veterans. This government promised to do more to support families as they support veterans. Can the Minister of Veteran Affairs tell us what steps he's taken to begin this work?
Good question. Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague from Avalon for his advocacy on behalf of veterans and their families. The Prime Minister gave me a mandate to ensure veterans receive the care, compassion, and respect they deserve. Families are the cornerstone of a return to wellness. We were proud to announce 2 new tools, the OSI Resource for Caregivers and the Veterans Mental Health Tutorial. These online resources will help to better understand veterans' mental health issues and reduce stigma. These are just the first steps in a better approach.
Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, a search for Zika virus prevention in Canada on the Health Canada website yields nothing. The United States, Brazil, and many other countries have shown their citizens that they have preventative measures in place. Here in Canada, however, we have heard nothing from the Minister to explain to Canadians what she is doing to protect against Zika. Mr. Speaker, why has the Minister done nothing to protect Canadians against this virus?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the matter of the Zika virus epidemic is something that we have taken very seriously, and my colleagues in the Public Health Agency of Canada have been very active on this file on a daily basis, collaborating with our international partners at the World Health Organization. We have advised Canadians every day to make sure that they are taking protective measures if it's necessary for them to travel to affected regions, and we have also advised that if women are pregnant or considering pregnancy, that they avoid travel to affected countries, and all of that information is available at travel.gc.ca.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Minister of International Trade confirmed that her government officials were negotiating a new softwood lumber agreement because, and I quote her, it's essential for Canadians. But for certain cities of Quebec, it's more than essential, it's absolutely vital. In fact, according to the Quebec Federation of Municipalities, some 20,000 Quebecers have lost their jobs in the forest industry over the past 10 years. What does the minister intend to do to ensure that this new agreement recognize the Quebec Forestry Development Plan? And may I remind her that it is essential for Abitibi, Côte-Nord, and other regions, and that this not be considered a subsidy as the United States claim. The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Thank you very much for the question. This matter is an absolute priority. The objective of maintaining stable access to the Canadian lumber industry is important. We will continue to work with our partners, and we're working very hard on this issue. This issue was raised explicitly with the President Obama and his officials, as well as with the Secretary of Trade and other officials.
Hard on this file. It's important for Quebec,
for BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, the Maritimes. We know it's important. We're hard at work.
La députée de...
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, after having threatened Quebec with cuts to equalization payments and transfers, the Premier of Saskatchewan is now calling for any assistance to Bombardier to be conditional upon the approval of the Energy East pipeline. Instead of stooping to this kind of vulgar bartering, will the government, without delay, provide assistance to Bombardier as it did for the auto sector in Ontario? The Honourable Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
For the question is, the member opposite knows that the aerospace sector is very important to the Canadian economy. It employs close to 180,000 people. It contributes $29 billion to our GDP, Mr. Speaker. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we're engaged with the company. We're looking at the business case. We're doing the due diligence. We're going to make sure we make the right decision in the best interest of Quebecers and all Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Prime Minister stated that the Canada-Europe Free Trade Agreement was going to be ratified this year, and therefore it is high time to set up a compensation fund for Quebec's cheese producers who are going to be penalized by this agreement. Can the Minister of Agriculture promise that he will respect his government's commitments and set up said compensation fund for cheese producers in Quebec that meets their expectations?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for her question. The Canadian government supports this agreement and the implementation of CETA. It stimulates investments, opens markets, creates jobs, and provides numerous advantages for Canadian consumers. This agreement will improve access to export markets for export and import markets for agricultural products in Canada. We are working hard with the departments involved and provincial and territorial officials on putting in place this agreement.
Ça va conclure les questions orales pour aujourd'hui.
That concludes question period for today.
Opposition House Leader, rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. It's common in this place when a minister misspeaks and says something that's factually incorrect that he correct the record as soon as possible. And to assist the President of the Treasury Board with that, I'd like to table the fiscal monitor from November from the Finance Minister's own department, which shows that the Conservative Party left the Liberals with a surplus. I'd like to table this.
If there is unanimous consent for the Honourable Opposition House Leaders, I don't think I'm not seeing any consent there. Okay, tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from His Excellency the Governor General, signed by the Deputy of the Governor General.
Yes, yeah.
Order. His Excellency the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the Supplementary Estimate C of sums required to defray expenses of the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2016, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. And that's signed and dated February the 5th, 2016. Alors, Son Excellence.
Order. His Excellency, the Governor-General of Canada, transmits to the House of Commons the Supplementary Estimates C indicating the sums necessary for the funding of the federal apparatus as signed March 31st, 2016, and pursuant to Standing Order 54, or rather, Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends this budget to the House of Commons, signed February 5th, 2016.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honor to table in both official languages the 2014-15 Annual Report of the Veterans Ombudsman. Merci.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I present two petitions signed by dozens of residents of Guelph and the surrounding areas.
The Honourable Member, in the routine proceedings, we will come to a spot for petitions, and the Chair will invite those petitions at that time. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministre. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Abouteff, seconded by Mr. Abouteff, seconded by Mr. Albrecht, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to establish the Canadian Organ Donor Registry and to coordinate and promote organ donation throughout Canada. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to introduce my private member's bill to establish the Canadian Organ Donor Registry and promote organ donation throughout Canada.
Great idea.
More than 200 Canadians die each year waiting for an organ transplant. Their deaths could be prevented if only more people were aware of the need and willing to help. As someone who has been an organ donor and who has seen the need firsthand in my family, I understand only too well how the lack of national coordination can sometimes lead to tragedy. A national registry will help save lives. I urge all members to support this bill and promote organ donation throughout Canada. Thank you.
Mr. Abouteff, seconded by Mr. Albrecht, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I present two petitions signed by dozens of residents of Guelph and the surrounding areas. Both petitions discuss fair electoral representation and call on the House to amend the Canada Elections Act.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, would like to table a petition today signed by many residents of Winnipeg North, just wanting the Government of Canada to recognize the importance of our retirement programs, in particular the OAS and the GIS, asking the government to provide additional support for our seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper, and we'll call on the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government business. Resuming debate on motion number 2, standing in the name of the Prime Minister regarding Canada's contribution to the effort to combat ISIL.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise in the House today to endorse a motion that supports the government's decision to broaden, improve, and redefine Canada's contribution to the effort to combat ISIL. This decision will help better leverage Canadian expertise and complement the work of our coalition partners to ensure maximum effect.
I am also proud to express my gratitude and my pride in the members of the Canadian Armed Forces and the diplomatic staff for their participation in the fight against terrorism. I also would like to thank Canadian humanitarian relief and aid workers for their efforts in offering essential aid to those who have been affected by the conflict. I also reaffirm my support for the continued engagement of our country in supporting the coalition against ISIL.
This decision, Mr. Speaker, will refocus our military contribution by expanding the advise and assist mission of the Canadian Armed Forces in Iraq. It will significantly increase intelligent capabilities in Iraq and theater-wide and see the deployment of CAF medical personnel. It will enhance capacity-building efforts with our defense partners in Jordan and Lebanon to advance regional stability. And it will see the withdrawal of our CF-18s while we maintain Air Force surveillance and refueling capability. Mr. Speaker, this decision will help improve the living conditions of those affected by the conflict and help to build the foundations for long-term regional stability, including in Lebanon and Jordan. It will lead to significant investments in humanitarian assistance and an enhanced role for experienced humanitarian partners working to support the basic needs of conflict-affected populations, including children and victims of sexual and gender-based violence.
This will allow us to maintain more effective relationships with political leaders throughout the region. It will increase our contribution to the international effort to find political solutions to the crisis that affects the region. It will help us to strengthen our diplomatic presence to facilitate the implementation of improved programs. The decision supports an augmentation or an increase in the Canadian Armed Forces deployment, will strengthen dialogue with local and international partners on the ground, and generally gives Canada greater influence in the region.
And, Mr. Speaker, this decision will see us complete our goal of welcoming tens of thousands of Syrian refugees to Canada. Mr. Speaker, last month, constituents throughout Fredericton, New Maryland, Oromocto, and the Grand Lake region were proud to welcome home troops leading Operation Provision, an important part of this whole-of-government approach to combat ISIL. On January 12th, in the wee hours of the morning, 58 soldiers returned to 5th Canadian Division Support Base Gagetown after working in Beirut and Amman to process Syrian refugees destined to Canada. These military personnel spent months supporting staff from the Department of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, aiding with security patrol, data entry, and with medical screenings.
I am very proud to see the contribution of our soldiers to this operation. When they returned in January, I was equally happy to see them reunited with their family and colleagues. We must all thank these women and men for their service and congratulate them for their work.
Speaker, we cannot understate the tremendous effect that this nationwide community resettlement effort has had on the now over 21,000 Syrian refugees that have come to us as vulnerable global citizens. As has been recognized numerous times by the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, my home province of New Brunswick, and the riding I have the honor to represent, Fredericton, have punched well above their weight in this resettlement effort. New Brunswick has now welcomed nearly 1,000 new residents, and I'm proud to say that Fredericton boasts now of 400 new community members. The leadership and support of our military, our community resettlement agencies, and the outpouring of generosity and support from everyday citizens in Fredericton and clear across this country has been nothing short of inspiring, outstanding, and heartwarming. All of these community leaders deserve our gratitude for their tireless efforts.
Now, it's certain, Mr. Speaker, that in the context of this government decision, the role of our military efforts will remain important in creating the necessary conditions to continue fighting ISIL.
5th Canadian Division Support Base Gagetown, Canada's largest military training base and home to some 6,000 military and civilian personnel, will surely play a leading role in the mission to defeat ISIS, deliver increased stability to the region, and develop capacity for local good governance, peace, and security. Consisting of 2 large formations and numerous larger units, the Combat Training Center at Base Gagetown is organized around 5 distinct training schools: armor, artillery, infantry, tactics, and military engineering. Mr. Speaker, as Canada triples the size of its train, assist, and advise mission to help Iraqi security forces plan and conduct military operations against ISIL, the expertise and sophistication delivered from our women and men in uniform, many of whom will have passed through Base Gagetown, will prove essential and vital to efforts.
This Canadian Armed Forces personnel will offer very needed expertise in operational planning, targeting, and intelligence. Canadian Armed Forces medical personnel will offer training to the Iraqi security forces to help take care of those wounded on the battlefield. And our personnel will look at ways to improve tactical transport in the theater of operations.
Mr. Speaker, another key objective of this government's whole-of-government strategy is to promote security and stability. Canada's efforts will help prevent the spread of violent extremism by enhanced capacity-building efforts with security forces in Jordan and Lebanon. Parmi les autres initiatives,
among the other various security initiatives of the Government of Canada, we note a sum of $145 million over the next 3 years for counter-terrorism initiatives, for stabilization programs, and for security programs. And, Mr. Speaker, Canada will continue its efforts to support capacity building and the training of security forces and organizations responsible for ensuring that the law is applied. We will continue to fight the flow of foreign fighters, and we will prevent ISIL from getting access to further funding.
Experienced partners to deliver $840 million in humanitarian assistance over the next 3 years to support the basic needs of those hardest hit by the conflict, including children and survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. Canada will also deliver $270 million over the next 3 years to build local capacity to provide basic social services, enhance infrastructure, and help with accountable governance. La nouvelle approche du Canada.
Canada's new approach also includes the priority of increasing Canada's diplomatic role
to address the ongoing crisis in Iraq and Syria and the impact they are having on the surrounding region will make a meaningful contribution to the global coalition's fight against the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. It will help strengthen the ability of regional governments and local authorities to defend themselves and allow them to rebuild over the long term. It is a whole-of-government approach that enlists several federal departments to work closely together to enhance security and stability, provide vital humanitarian assistance, and help partners deliver social services, rebuild infrastructure, and help with good governance. It is a whole-of-government approach that requires the ongoing leadership of hardworking citizens of the riding of Fredericton, including men and women in uniform who pass through Base Gagetown. It is a whole-of-government approach that I am proud to support. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
I believe it's Peace River Westlock.
That is correct. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his comments there. As a proud Canadian, I'm always proud of our efforts around the world in our ability to bring in refugees from around the world. And I'm always proud to say that we're helping the most vulnerable. But yesterday, in the committee, there was a committee hearing on this, and we were informed that almost none of the refugees that we've brought in have actually come from any of the camps that we see all the time on television. So I was just wondering if the member could comment, are we in fact taking in the most vulnerable when we're taking in these refugees? Thank you.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, let me say that it's been one of the greatest privileges that I've ever had to witness the coming together of the community of Fredericton and the welcoming of some 400 individuals and a number of families who have come to us as Syrian refugees. These people have arrived and told us their stories of having come from deplorable situations and about how well received and how welcome they have felt by those in the community. I don't think we can underestimate the situation that many of these refugees have found themselves in over the last number of years and how important a role Canada has to play in welcoming these refugees, as well as helping our Lebanese and Jordanese partners in helping accommodate refugees in camps over in that part of the world. It's about providing humanitarian assistance and compassion and relief to individuals, but also providing some assistance to those who are carrying a heavy shoulder in this refugee effort in that region of the world. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his speech and who I know is a proud Canadian. Given that the Liberals have gone on the record and stated that Canada should not have a combat role, how can they guarantee Canadian troops will not face combat in their new advise and assist role? And will the Liberals acknowledge that their claims of Canada's new military role in Iraq being non-combat is actually unrealistic and that their plan puts our troops at even greater risk?
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, as a government and as parliamentarians, we have a duty to ensure that we look out for our men and women in uniform and that we make informed decisions when we send them into conflict zones. The men and women who pass through base Gagetown, just on the outskirts of the Oromocto community in the riding I have the honour to represent, receive some of the best training delivered to any military personnel in the world. It's this sort of training, this sort of expertise, this sort of sophistication that our military women and men are going to be bringing overseas to help capacitate Iraqi forces, to help deliver some added stability to the region. I'll also mention the huge humanitarian assistance effort that goes along as part of this whole of government approach to helping be a part of the coalition to take down what is an evil force in the world in ISIL. Canada has an important role to play in this, and I have the utmost respect and confidence in our women and men in uniform to represent us so well overseas and to do the job that we as parliamentarians and Canadians have tasked them with doing. Merci beaucoup.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable.
Questions and comments?
North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member. You know, if you listen to many of the Conservatives speak on this, you get the impression that Canada has to 100% participate by having F-18s involved. If they're not engaged, then the Canadian Forces is not doing its job. And we went through an election in which we had a very clear platform on the issue, indicating that, yes, the Canadian Forces can participate, be engaged, but we don't need to have the F-18s. And I'm wondering if the member can just provide his thoughts in regards to when he was knocking on doors. My constituents that I represent today are quite happy with the fact that Canada will play a role, and we can play a role without the F-18s.
Honourable député de Fredericton.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
My colleague for the question. I think it is blatantly irresponsible for the opposition, the Conservative opposition, to suggest that this is one slim element that Canada has to play in the international fight against ISIL. As I mentioned, and having walked through Oromocto time and time again over the spring, summer, and in the fall, that community and the base Gagetown community that has grown up around that has so much to offer to Canadians and to Canada's international efforts, whether it be in diplomacy, whether it be in leading in humanitarian assistance, whether it be in leading in the type of military training effort that they are going to undertake over these next number of years as part of this Operation Impact. And I know that people in the riding that I have the honour to represent right across Canada are proud of our women and men in uniform.
Reprise du débat, resuming. The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm thanking you for your hesitation. Now, you're my seatmate. I'm pleased to be able to take part in this important debate on Canada's effort to defeat ISIL. There has been considerable amount of debate on this matter, but there is one aspect of the motion that I think needs full exploration, and which is really the crux of the motion. And before going into details of our refocused mission, the preamble, I'd like to read the preamble, which reads that the House support the government's decision to broaden, improve, and redefine our contribution to the effort to combat ISIL by better leveraging Canadian expertise while complementing the work of our coalition partners to ensure maximum effect. And that is the crux. We better leverage our expertise. So we've heard from the Minister of National Defence and other honourable members, but we need to see that the last part of that sentence, which is complementing the work, is very important because it maximizes our strength. It explains why the government is refocusing the mission. It explains why we're making the contribution we're making. And it explains why the fine work done by our CF-18 pilots is no longer the most pressing need. As part of a very broad coalition, we each bring our strengths and contributions to the table. We have allies and partners who we can trust by our side. Mr. Speaker, cooperation and collaboration have long been part of the Canadian way. And we should recall the First and Second World War, the Korean War, the Balkans, the liberation of Kuwait, and the mission in Afghanistan. In all these cases, Canadians fought side by side with partners and allies, and we were part of a wider strategy. It is our responsibility to contribute into that large strategy if we want to defeat ISIL. In the case of air power, Mr. Speaker, our CF-18s have done an outstanding job. As the Chief of Defense Staff said last week, when the CF-18s were initially deployed, it was in order to stop the rapid advancement by an aggressive enemy. If you think back to those times, ISIL was quickly claiming territory. They were seizing equipment that had been abandoned. They were committing atrocities on civilian population, and they were threatening Baghdad itself. Thanks to that initial deployment of air power, ISIL advance was checked. The United States Central Command, which has overall responsibility for coordinating the coalition's efforts, has stated that the areas under ISIL control are shrinking. And thanks to the coalition efforts, the complete effort of airstrike, that we have reduced them from 30,000 to 19,000, and we continue to do battle with them. Yes, there will be a need for air power in the short term, and those needs are being met by the coalition as a whole. The coalition has conducted more than 10,000 airstrikes, most of them by U.S. fighters. But in addition to Canada, many of our close allies have also been participating in the air campaign. They include almost a dozen countries, including Australia, France, and the United Kingdom. And beyond the airstrikes, more than 65,000 sorties have been flown by the coalition assets as a whole. As I said earlier, the government acknowledges that there is a continued need for air power in the fight against ISIL, but that need is covered, and we should get it straight. There is strengths within which the coalition brings its whole community together. What remains truly needed to defeat ISIL is a trained, well-equipped, motivated local force And so this area is where Canada as a whole has a greater need or a greater ability to provide that need. And that's why the Pentagon spokesman, when Canada changed its mission, the Pentagon spokesman Peter Cook said the following: "The Canadian announcement is the kind of response the Secretary, Mr. Ash Carter, has been looking to from coalition members as the United States and coalition partners push to accelerate the campaign against ISIL." He was speaking, of course, of the U.S. Defense Secretary, Mr. Ashton Carter, who met with the Minister of National Defense last week in Brussels, where Canada was held up as an example of what other countries should be doing in the fight against ISIL. He wants other countries to follow our example because it is the right way to do it. And those are to adjust to the evolving conflict, bring our strengths to the table, put forward what is truly needed. So you do a gap analysis and say, this is what the coalition requires. And above all, work with our allies to ensure the coalition mission is a success. Mr. Speaker, as a Canadian, I am proud of the work of our men and women in uniform, what they have done to date, including the pilots and support crew who fought to stem the advance of ISIL and push them even further back. They have done good work, and they deserve the thanks and appreciation of all Canadians. But the situation has evolved. The mission has changed. And the needs of the coalition are different than they were a year ago. This newly focused mission will bring our strengths to the table and allow us to make a meaningful contribution to this global effort. And as we move forward, Mr. Speaker, Canada will continue to be a major contributor to the coalition efforts in Iraq and Syria. By ending airstrikes in Iraq and Syria, the Canadian Armed Forces will increase its presence on the ground, increase the number of trainers and advisors to train and support the local ground forces to deal with the security threat and ultimately lead to a sustained stability in the region. Mr. Speaker, I will end with the quote from Colonel Stephen Warren, who is the Operation Inherent Resolve spokesman. He said, "We're not going to bomb our way out of this problem, right? It is never going to happen. So we have got enough bombers. We could always use some more, but we have what has worked. We cannot lose sight of the fact that we have to train this Iraqi security force. This Iraqi army needs to be trained. It is one of our primary lines of effort, and we see nations like Canada who agree to triple their presence. We find that extraordinarily helpful. I'm thankful for our friends and allies who have our backs, just as we have theirs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Commentaire?
Questions and comments?
For North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Just last week, as I was traveling from my home riding to Ottawa here, I happened to listen to a radio interview of the mayor of Cold Lake in northern Alberta, where our fighter pilots are trained. And it was interesting to hear his somewhat reserved comments that he was glad that the fighter pilots were returning home. They were always happy to return home to their families, but their families had lost a sense of meaning because those fighter pilots were no longer going to be doing the job that they had been trained for. They had trained to do these jobs to fight when we have a fight that needs to be taken. And the whole community, I sensed, was feeling some sort of loss because of the responsibility that was being taken away from these fighter pilots. And I often wonder now, what incentive do we have for new pilots that are entering the training system? How is this government going to incite new pilots, new recruits into becoming fighter pilots, and some of the best in the world, if they aren't ever going to be given the chance to fly missions like this in Iraq and Syria?
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and I appreciate the concern that pilots have. But I look at my profession and say, you know, if I'm trained as an accountant, I just don't do debits and credits. I have to do a wider business assessment. And therefore, the pilots do not just, having been to Cold Lake, the pilots just do not focus on bombing anybody. And as the honourable member from Renfrew-Nipissing has said, you know, bombs do not clear out the problem. In fact, you could bomb civilian and create more problems. It is better that the training that the pilots have had, they can use it to train the Iraqi forces. We cannot be in other countries forever. We need to train them, and that is why it is important for us to refocus this mission, because it is for them to sustain. They know the culture, they know the language, they know the strategic thinking, and it is very critical that we train them. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my colleague's speech. We were invited a little earlier today by the Parliamentary Secretary to revisit our decision to oppose both the amendment to the motion and the main motion. And I'm sitting here weighing whether or not I should do that. One thing I'm unclear about is whether or not this is a combat mission. We heard the Prime Minister the other day compare this mission to World War I and World War II. We've had this member now compare it to other combat missions, but then we've had the Minister of Defence saying this is not a combat mission. So I'm confused about it. I'm sure Canadians are wondering what the exact nature of this mission is, and I wonder if this member can clarify whether or not this is a combat mission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and for someone who regards combat as being, fighting on the ground or fighting on the air, it is important for us to understand that the fight for ISIL is going to be done by the Iraqi and the Syrian forces. We need to train them. We need to provide intelligence. We have not had that type of sophistication at the ground with the Iraqi and the Syrian forces. We need to train them. We need to show where the intelligence is for the theater to operate effectively. So I think that the mission depends on how you define combat, but the mission is really to train the Iraqi and the Syrian soldiers to take the fight to their own fighters.
We have time for a very quick question. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou in 30 seconds or less, and I'll hope the response is equally as short. Thank you.
That's unfortunate. It's such a short time, so I think I'll make it very quick. Is the member indicating that airstrikes are no longer necessary and that the countries are that we're leaving no gap by not participating in the airstrikes? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Don Valley East.
I made no such suggestion. I said we are withdrawing our CF-18s because the Americans, I quoted the Americans saying we're not going to bomb ourselves out of it. The coalition partners who are using their airstrikes are using it, but they need us as coalition partners to help train the army on the ground, and that's exactly what we're doing.
I'm impressed. We did it with 3 seconds to spare. The resuming debate, the honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with my honourable colleague for Burnaby South. Yesterday, like every Thursday, there was a peace vigil in downtown Regina. Activists distributed literature warning against endless war in Iraq and Syria. Some of those activists, like Florence Stratton, are adamantly nonpartisan. Others, like Paul Gingrich and Stephen Moore, worked hard on my election campaign, and I would like to thank them for their support. Now, whether we agree with a particular political party or not, the peace movement in Regina and around the world has been warning against misguided Western intervention in the Middle East for years. And I believe that this House should listen. Some of the new MPs that occupy these fold-down seats on the outer reaches of the House were born at around the time that the Soviets started fighting in Afghanistan. And what did the West do in response? We started funding and arming the Mujahideen, which led to the Taliban taking over Afghanistan, which really enabled the September 11th terrorist attack and ultimately entangled us in a prolonged war in Afghanistan with decidedly mixed results. Also in the wake of the September 11th attacks, the Bush administration decided to invade Iraq on the false pretext of weapons of mass destruction. And of course, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives were clamoring for Canada to participate in this invasion. And although Prime Minister Chrétien ultimately decided to keep Canada out, it's worth remembering that Paul Martin and many other Liberals were also agitating for Canada to engage in that invasion. I'm very proud of the fact that it was only Jack Layton and the NDP that provided a consistent and credible voice against that misguided war. Now, after years of death and destruction, what has been accomplished? Well, Western countries validated the jihadist narrative that we are crusaders who want to invade Muslim countries. We created a power vacuum in Iraq, which was filled by ISIS. We sent large quantities of arms to Iraq, many of which fell into the hands of ISIS. We laid off the former officers of Saddam Hussein's army, many of whom are now leading the ISIS army. In Syria, we see a somewhat similar pattern more recently. Western countries and allied Gulf monarchies decided to fund and arm rebels against President Assad. But most of the rebel groups in Syria are jihadist organizations that are not much different than ISIS. Unsurprisingly, Mr. Speaker, many of the weapons and many of the funds sent to the Syrian opposition ended up in the hands of ISIS. So we're now left with a situation where ISIS controls large parts of both Iraq and Syria. And what solutions have been proposed in this House? Well, we've heard calls for more bombing. We've also heard calls for more arms to the Kurds. What could possibly go wrong, Mr. Speaker? Now, at least the Conservatives have been consistent in constantly calling for bombing of the Middle East. And it seems that they hope that democratic governments will magically rise like a phoenix out of the embers of that bombing, Mr. Speaker. But the Liberals campaigned against bombing. The Liberals campaigned against Canada playing a combat role. But being Liberals, they can't just make a progressive promise and then follow through on it. They have to play both sides of the issue. I think, Mr. Speaker, it's in their DNA to campaign from the left and then govern from the right. So today, we're looking at a motion to keep their election promise to end bombing, but then to send in ground troops. And, Mr. Speaker, you won't often hear the government describe it that way, but I was interested to hear the Minister of Defense say almost exactly that just now in question period. The Liberals can't say that they are ending Canada's military mission. They won't admit that they are expanding Canada's military mission, so instead they say they are refocusing Canada's military mission. It's a verb we've heard from the Prime Minister, and it's a verb we heard from the previous speaker, the honourable member for Don Valley East. But it's an odd choice of verb, Mr. Speaker, because this motion has absolutely no focus. In fact, I would go so far as to suggest that this motion is the opposite of focus. We have no clear objective, we have no way to measure success, and of course we have no exit strategy. So what should actually be done to counter ISIS? Well, first of all, Canada should be using diplomacy to try to negotiate a peaceful settlement. And that will be very difficult to do if we are directly engaged in the fighting. Second of all, Canada should be stopping the flow of arms to the Middle East. One way of doing that would be to sign the UN Arms Trade Treaty. I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, that the government's plan to arm the Kurds carries great risks of escalation. I'm also concerned that arms that we may sell to Saudi Arabia will likely end up in the wrong hands. Third, Canada needs to stop the flow of foreign fighters into the Middle East. And that means real engagement with our Muslim community and a strong de-radicalization program. Mr. Speaker, those are some concrete steps that we could take to counter ISIS. Now, I don't have a perfect or complete solution to the problems of the Middle East, but I do believe that we need to stop making those problems worse. So I ask this House to vote against the Conservative amendment, to vote against the Liberal motion, and to vote for peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, it's interesting listening to the member maybe even attempt to twist or possibly even rewrite history. There's Canadians widely supported Prime Minister Chrétien's approach with Iraq. And there is, history will clearly indicate that the Liberal government did not participate in Iraq. The member might want to try to portray divisions within a caucus, and he should get his own caucus somewhat united on different issues before he tries to portray or rewrite history. You know, when you take a look at what the Liberal motion is all about, we are very different than the New Democrats. The New Democrats talk a lot about an exit strategy. Their exit strategy is a no-entry strategy, Mr. Speaker. They don't recognize that Canada does have a leadership role in the world to play in combating terrorism. My question to the member is very specific. Does the NDP believe that they should be using the Canadian forces in any way whatsoever, and if so, how, in combating terrorism in the world?
The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would agree with the member for Winnipeg North that Prime Minister Chrétien thankfully did keep our country out of the 2003 invasion of Iraq. I was one of the Canadians who supported his approach. All I noted in my remarks is that Paul Martin and various other Liberals were clamoring for Canada to participate in that invasion. So as is so often the case, the Liberals were kind of on both sides of the issue, and I don't necessarily regard them as being a consistent voice for peace in this House. The member for Winnipeg North also talked about the NDP's exit strategy being a no-entry strategy. That's true, Mr. Speaker. We don't think we should get involved unless we have a clear path to success and a clear way of getting out of it. And, in saying that, the member for Winnipeg North avoided, yet again, actually explaining what the government's exit strategy is, which leads me to believe that they don't have one. And yes, finally, the NDP very much is supportive of using the armed forces to defend our country against terrorism and other threats, but we don't think that dropping more bombs or having greater military intervention in Iraq and Syria is an effective way of doing that, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning I put a question to my colleague who made a very important speech on this matter, and I asked him after the meetings that he held with the NATO colleagues in past weeks what the perception of Canada was by our allies on this matter, and his response was that our allies are very disappointed with Canada's stance, with the current government's stance on the military intervention and the withdrawal of our CF-18s. So I'd like to ask my colleague, how does he interpret the fact that all our partners think that we are not participating enough in this intervention.
Alors, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that it's fine that our allies have different positions on this issue. I find that the Conservatives are using examples where our allies are critical of our position. Sometimes the Liberals use quotes from allies who say that our government is doing good things. So I don't think that's really the right evaluation to use. I think that we really have to determine what is going to work in the Middle East, what is going to work to achieve peace, and that is really the purpose of my speech. Thank you again.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great privilege to be able to stand here to speak to this issue today. It's also a great privilege to be in this House in general, and as this is my first speech, I hope you'll allow me to thank my constituents in Burnaby South who elected me in Burnaby for the second time. So, again, a tough fought campaign, but very happy to be here to serve my constituents. Burnaby kind of stands at the center of what I do in this House, and it actually has an important place in this debate. In Burnaby, we speak over 100 languages. It is probably one of the most diverse places in the entire world. In Canada, definitely, but in the entire world. So I have meetings every week from people who have come from 4 corners of the globe. There's a huge refugee population there, and again, we could go and talk about. This motion specifically talks about refugees, and that's an important component of what we're doing here in this Parliament, is making sure that these refugees are properly taken care of. But, Mr. Speaker, what we have to be careful to do is to represent the view of Canadians, and this debate is an important part of that. Most Canadians, I would say, and most of my constituents would say peace is a central component. That should be the main driver of our foreign policy. And that's why this debate is so important to us here today, because it really is defining. We know what the Conservatives think about our place in the world, because we've had 10 years of their government. But really this debate and what we're doing in this early session in the House of Commons is defining what the new government will do for Canada, what will be our face in the world. And this early mission, our decisions that we make on this, tell the world what Canada's new position will be and and how they should think of us. So, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House in the NDP, we of course hope that this new government is one of the main drivers of peace in the world, get back to our role. But I think the Prime Minister talks about how Canada's back. But I don't think Canada's back yet. We're not back to the point of, say, previous Liberals like Mr. Pearson, a Nobel Peace Prize winning Prime Minister who was known for bringing peace. And we're not there yet. We may be not what the previous government was, but we're not back to what we should be, and that is the driver for peace in the world. There was an interesting invitation by the parliamentary secretary for us to reconsider this motion, and so I've been really looking over what the Conservative motion is and what of course, the Liberal motion is, and I think they both have merits that are worth considering. Of course, the motion from the government is to expand our mission in Iraq and have more boots on the ground. The second component is to withdraw the CF-18s, and the third is to invest in humanitarian assistance. The Conservative amendment is to reverse the decision to withdraw the CF-18s and then to limit, from my reading of their amendment, to limit humanitarian relief. So that's really what we're debating here. Should we amend the Liberals' proposal with the Conservative amendments? I would really say I've looked at this, and I think we can safely reject the Conservative amendments to this motion, Mr. Speaker. We don't think that the jets should have been there in the first place, and we definitely don't want them to go back. It is disappointing that the minister didn't wait for a vote to make that decision. That was raised here in question period earlier. Really, we were promised the debate and a vote on this issue, but the decision seems to already have been made before we even get the vote. So that does, as somebody that tries to defend the institutions of Parliament, that does seem to be really not the way we're supposed to work here. The minister should carefully consider both sides
of the situation, wait for the vote in the House, and then make the decision. But perhaps he's not used to how this place is supposed to work, and that's why he's made this early mistake. On the main planks, the planks of the main motion, Mr. Speaker, the expanding the mission in and to put more boots on the ground, that's really the core of what we've been discussing here. And what I can't seem to get a straight answer on, every time we hear examples from the other side of the House, they're about how we stand shoulder to shoulder with people in other wars. Well, that's combat. That is us shooting at other people and being shot at, killing other people and being killed. That is a combat mission. But it's very unclear as to how this government views this mission. We hear about, we'll be training people. We also hear how we'll be marking targets for other bombing runs, those kind of things. That seems to be forays into enemy territory where our fighters would be at, our soldiers would be at risk. And of course, if they're fired at, they'll be fired back upon. So to me, that's combat. Non-combat is not shooting at people and not getting shot at. So it's very unclear, and the government needs to clarify. I hope we'll get that from the debate as it goes on for the rest of the day, whether or not this is a combat mission or not. And that would be crucial to us deciding whether or not to again, change our minds and perhaps consider a different approach to this motion. Mr. Speaker, withdrawing the CF-18s, good idea. They shouldn't have been there in the first place. Increasing humanitarian assistance, that is a key proposal. I hope that even if the Liberals decided to withdraw from entirely troops from the region, that they would always consider sending humanitarian assistance, because that is the way peace moves forward, Mr. Speaker, is for wealthy nations like ours investing and helping people in troubled areas. So on the balance, Mr. Speaker, I haven't heard anything here that would convince me that this is a good thing to do to support either the Conservative motion or the Liberals' main motion. What I am worried about, Mr. Speaker, is we have we're talking a lot about Iraq, and I think the Liberals have a right to be proud about Mr. Chrétien's decision back in the 90s not to follow the U.S. and the UK into Iraq in a fighting capacity. But what happened directly after that was that Canadians put a huge amount of effort, money, troops into Afghanistan. And a lot of us saw that as a kind of bait and switch, is that Iraq, we don't go into Iraq, and the Liberals get all the kudos for not doing that, and rightly reinforcing the idea of Canada as a peaceful nation, but then going to Afghanistan almost covertly and almost tricking Canadians into thinking that these two things were somehow not connected. And I really feel, Mr. Speaker, that this might be going on here as well, is that you withdraw a few jets, but you increase by a huge amount the number of troops. And again, where are they going? Iraq. So this doesn't seem, Mr. Speaker, I don't feel like we're getting the whole story. I asked a question earlier today to the parliamentary secretary about casualty counts. Now, this is an uncomfortable thing to talk about, people dying, but we need to know at least an estimate. The defense minister says that there's an increased risk. Well, increased risk to whom and by how much? What is the risk that I, as a parliamentarian representing the people of Burnaby South, have to consider? When I stand up to vote yes or no to this motion, I have to answer to my constituents. And if they say, well, I changed my mind and I voted for this motion, they would say, well, did you get all the information you needed? And I'd say, no. I don't have any idea what the exit strategy is here. I don't know what the exact idea of what are the constraints of this operation. I don't know whether or not we're going to have a lot of casualties or none. I don't know how much this is going to cost. So these things, I know some are secret, they have to be, but I think that the Liberals could divulge more information about this, and they're not doing it. Mr. Speaker, the last thing that's not in this motion is increased aid for returning soldiers, for veterans. Mr. Speaker, my wife teaches at a college, Douglas College, a very good educational institution. A lot of soldiers that return there, they return to get more education, and they come to her classes. And they are traumatized, PTSD. what they've seen in these regions, and there is really very little support for these veterans. Now, what I would like to see in the motions and government actions going forward is this firm commitment to more resources for returning soldiers. If we in the NDP can't stop the Liberals from what we think is a mistaken action, at least we can call for more assistance when these soldiers come back to Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I will be opposing this motion unless I hear something very different from the other side of the House, and I will be opposing the Conservatives' amendment. So thank you very much for the time today.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for l'honorable député de...
Honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question. We've heard since the beginning of this debate all kinds of things about how we need to be there or not there. Well, we think that Canada must be present. It's been present since the beginning. However, there's one thing that I take out of this. When we decided to send the CF-18s, it's because we wanted to protect our soldiers. We didn't want to put them at risk. And right now, that's what's going to happen. Our soldiers are going to be at an increased level of risk. We need to remember why we sent the CF-18s. We came back from another situation. What I'd like to hear from the NDP is how are we going to, or how should we fight the so-called Islamic State if we can't do anything, if we shouldn't be there? If we should send flowers otherwise, what can the NDP suggest to Parliament that we should do to fight the Islamic State, these bloody barbarians who kill women and children? I'd like to hear a concrete proposal from the NDP on this, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I suggest the member, saying that we send flowers is perhaps not appropriate for this type of debate. I mean, this is a very serious issue where we're talking about people dying. And that's why we raise the point that we do. We have a legitimate concern that this mission is not thought through, that it has no exit strategy, that it hasn't, really won't share any conception of casualties. Where the Conservatives are keen to rush into any time the dog whistle is blown and they have to go off and kill people, that's fine. But that's not how we think in the NDP. We think that we have to have clear, guidelines. We have to have clear parameters of missions. And it also is very helpful to have clear directives from the UN Security Council, which we do not have in this case. So again, we have HoCs and always HoCs on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, and that's not how we work here in the NDP. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd kind of like to flush this out a little bit more in terms of when the NDP would feel it appropriate to get engaged. I think that there's no real surprise on this side of the House that the NDP are going to be voting against the motion. I think the challenge is trying to understand what role the NDP believe that the Canadian forces should be playing in regards to combating terrorism, in particular terrorism that's abroad. And I'm wondering if the member might be able to provide some sense to Canadians from the NDP's perspective. What does it take, or to what degree are the NDP at all inclined to use members of the Canadian forces who do phenomenal work for us, and we're all very honored by the things that they do. But to what degree, what would it take for the NDP actually to support using the Canadian forces to combat terrorism? I think Canadians have a right to know that.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. My family has a long military history, so no one in past generations that related to me would shirk from any fight, especially when it comes to defensive wars like World War I and World War II. And I do think the NDP would say that in those circumstances, of course you have to have an armed forces that are ready to fight in those circumstances. However, it's the government's responsibility to convince us this is a good mission. And they haven't done that. They've waffled. And the one word I haven't heard from the Liberals for this whole debate is peacekeeping. We've had this kind of vacuous, this kind of light commitment to this in the election, but I don't hear this from that side. It used to be this was Canada's pride and joy, that we were the peacekeepers of the world. We were the country that people that came to when they wanted to settle disputes. I don't hear it from this side. I hear combat missions, and I hear how we have to beat people into submission. And that's really not the image that I want to portray Canada to be, and my constituents don't want that either, Mr. Speaker. I would like to hear more about peacekeeping from these members. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast and Sea to Sky Country. Mr. Speaker and honourable members, I'm pleased to take part in this important decision regarding Canada's refocused approach to the situation in Iraq and Syria. We must always keep in mind our ultimate goal: peace and stability in the region and the eradication of ISIL. As we debate our current and future involvement, we must consider how this conflict is evolving, the critical follow-on phases of the mission, and all possible contributions the Canadian Armed Forces can make, and which roles and capability the coalition needs the most. In past missions, following the initial military engagements, control of the regions had fallen to extremists, some parts of the world. Part of the reason for this, because some may have underestimated the importance of those follow-on phases, and we don't want to make the same mistake again. By taking a leadership role as we transition to the next phase, we will secure and safeguard all the gains made by our CF-18s and the other forces in the air campaign, and all the work that has already been done.
The fact that the local security forces be well-equipped and well-trained is essential to the success of this new step. And that's a consensus opinion within the coalition, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to note that we remain in solidarity with our allies by offering training and the tools that they need for their success on the ground. In addition, beyond our current commitment, we must also ensure that our partners are, in future, capable of maintaining political stability in their region. And that's why, last week, in consultation with our allies, we committed to tripling our training capacity as well as our support capacity in northern Iraq.
Has a strong record with respect to training local forces. While no two missions are the same, there are lessons to be drawn from past experiences. From May 2011 to March 2014, Canadian Armed Forces members were deployed to Operation Attention, a training mission based out of Kabul in Afghanistan. They did incredible and invaluable work establishing basic individual recruit training institutions and helped train more than 160 battalion-sized units. Canadian Armed Forces members also provided specialized training in fields such as combat first aid, logistics, signals, and target designation. But the mission provided so much more. The advice and assistance we provide helped Afghan forces become self-sufficient so that they are now protecting their own national sovereignty. We're also seeing positive results from our ongoing training efforts in Ukraine through Operation Unifier, a contingent of 200 Canadian Armed Forces members providing military training and capacity building to Ukraine's forces personnel. Working closely with our allies, we are supporting the country with its efforts to maintain sovereignty, security, and stability in the region. With the help of a training program designed by the Canadian Armed Forces members, and in conjunction with the United Kingdom and the United States, Ukrainian soldiers are learning advanced military skills. The Royal Canadian Engineers are training Ukrainian forces the skills to prevent the devastation of explosive threats, such as unexploded ordnances and mines. Due to the nature of recent Ukrainian Armed Forces operations, military personnel are required to operate in urban environments, a skill that the Canadian Armed Forces mastered during our tours in Afghanistan. We're also teaching them how to efficiently conduct searches for weapons, for ammunition, and for parts used to build improvised explosive devices that may be deliberately hidden or disguised. These practical and tactical skills will dramatically increase the effectiveness of the Ukrainian Armed Forces. Through these missions, such as Op Attention and Op Unifier, the Canadian Armed Forces is helping nations set the conditions for long-term peace, stability, and prosperity in troubled regions all over the world. And we are viewed as experts in just this kind of mission. Des membres des Forces armées canadiennes.
Members of the Canadian Armed Forces have been training, advising, and assisting Iraqi security forces since September 2014. The Minister of National Defense visited the region in December to spend time with the troops, to assess the situation on the ground, and to meet with coalition partners. This trip provided the minister with valuable insight into hardships faced by those living in the region, as well as the challenges our Canadian Armed Forces members are facing, and what precisely is required to achieve our ultimate goal, the eradication of ISIL and stability in the region. The work our Canadian Armed Forces members are doing is absolutely essential. Without this work, the chances of long-term success in the region would be greatly diminished. We are extremely proud of their efforts, and we stand behind them 100%. First, our troops are aiding local security forces in operational planning. This has led to more precise and successful operations. Second, our troops are working with commanders to determine, design, and implement the skills that they need to defeat ISIL on the ground. They are assisting local security forces by implementing a training regime, which will allow them to fully hone those fighting skills. And then, our mentors will provide advice and assistance to local security forces and apply those valuable lessons on the battlefield. The Canadian Armed Forces will ensure that those skills are properly used on the ground.
Basic shooting and marksmanship skills, platoon and indirect weapon support skills. This enables them to fire more accurately and more effectively and engage targets further than before. It also reduces the risk of casualties and collateral damage. The men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces currently deployed have also assisted by providing combat first aid training. Another focus of our training mission is on providing tactical mobility by teaching the Iraqi security forces how to detect and avoid IEDs. We learned a lot from our experience in Afghanistan through our counter-improvised explosive device task force, which focused on disarming these explosive devices and dismantling the network responsible for financing, creating, and planning the explosives. I'm happy to let my colleagues know that according to Canadian Armed Forces reports, these local forces have successfully located and neutralized several IEDs, saving tens, maybe even hundreds of lives. Furthermore, our men and women in uniform are intimately aware of the need to respect the rule of law, and the tenets of the law of armed conflict are infused in every program of instruction that they offer. Mr. Speaker, the success of our mission in Iraq will be determined by the effectiveness of local ground forces in cooperation with our security partners. We are proud of the progress to date. In other words, local security forces are manifestly better now than when they were when we started, but much more is needed. They are now taking the fight to ISIL. We are helping, but they are the ones fighting. And that fight is more efficient and effective thanks to our men and women in uniform. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions, comments? The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today in the Valley, it's known as Red Friday. Back during the Afghanistan mission, two military wives, Lisa Miller and Karen Boyer, started a tradition that spread right across Canada, that is wearing red on Friday to remember the soldiers every week who gave their lives and spilled their blood in Afghanistan. How can that member over there stand under the pretext of representing military families when today her minister admitted to withdrawing the CF-18s before putting other proper protection in place? The best way to ensure that the military families are taken care of is to ensure that their soldiers, their loved ones, come home all in one piece.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I am a military family. I am a military family. And using cheap political rhetoric to score points on the backs of military families is way below the dignity that is deserving of this House. That is absolutely unacceptable. And the honest thing was, Mr. Speaker, I got splashed yesterday, and my nice gray suit that I normally wear with my red shirt, well, I'm afraid it was unsuitable for being worn this morning, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes those kind of things just happen. But, Mr. Speaker, I have been to Afghanistan. I have flown the skies of Afghanistan. I have driven the roads. I know what it takes to make these kind of missions a success. Canada's, this coalition needs Canada's leadership in these follow-on phases, because without it, we will not be able to secure and safeguard the progress that we have always made. This is Canada's role. This is the kind of leadership this coalition means, and we are stepping up to the plate to provide it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've been listening all day trying to find out what the end goal of this mission is, and I think I found it. It's eradicate. That is the word that was spoken on the other side of the House. Eradicate, similar to exterminate. Is this, Mr. Speaker, the end goal of this mission, is to eradicate ISIS? 0 left. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we want the eradication of all of the evil that has been purported by ISIL. This is what needs to happen. As long as we leave them with territory that they can control and influence the lives of the people that live there, the potential for them to return, to start the fight over again, it's definitely there. So we know these people are not going to give up easy, and neither should we. This is not going to be an easy fight, Mr. Speaker. It's going to go on for a while, but it is worth what we are going to contribute to this mission. And without controlling, without eradicating that kind of ideology, the one that's spread by the ISIL, we are not going to be able to create the kind of long-term stability and peace that we want in that region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very briefly, we'll go to I'll go with the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think we have regularly stated we do support the humanitarian efforts, the ground efforts that they've talked about, and we do support that. But I have not yet heard anyone say, are these air missions not needed anymore? Did the Allies say, okay, we have enough capacity, we can do it without you? So I think what we are missing, and I have not heard a good explanation for, is that there's still a critical role for the airstrikes, and how can she justify stepping back from combat when we perhaps need it the most?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I worked in the NATO air headquarters for 4 years in Germany. I understand the power of the coalition. I understand their capabilities and what they have to offer. I also know what role Canada is prized for. Our F-18s, our air power, yes, it is recognized as amongst the best, top of the scale. But so is our ability to go on the ground and train soldiers and create the long-term stability. We're just saying we're changing our focus because we need to get in there and protect what we've gained. And you're not going to do that unless you're there training local security forces.
Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member, or Minister, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
It's Friday. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to address Canada's diplomatic engagement in Syria, Iraq, Jordan, and Lebanon. As the Prime Minister and members of Cabinet have said, we are approaching the fight against ISIL through a comprehensive, integrated, sustained plan strengthened by active diplomacy. Our diplomatic engagement builds on military efforts and builds on humanitarian assistance and development support that we will be providing to the region. Our comprehensive strategy will contribute to the security and stability of the entire region, both in Iraq and beyond Iraq. Our integrated strategy brings together resources and experience drawn from throughout government and Canada's international partners. Our multi-year commitment addresses the nature of this complex and protracted conflict and enables us to seek and support long-term solutions. Diplomacy is a long-term proposition, and so too is our diplomatic engagement strategy, which seeks lasting political solutions. After all, the Syrian crisis we're facing today started as part of the Arab Spring, when the Syrian people called for freedom and dignity. We all know they need our help. They need our support as they work to repel ISIL and to build a better future for themselves. Mr. Speaker, the people of the region need our help in ways that are non-military. They need our leadership to engage with key players in the region to support efforts at mediation, reconciliation and peace negotiations. They need our assistance to strengthen local conflict management and local governance. If we are not doing these things now, we cannot defeat ISIL over the longer term. Canada is well placed to play a strong diplomatic role. We have expertise from years of hard work at the centre of peace negotiations, regional security initiatives, conflict prevention programming, transitional justice, and institutional reform. The international community welcomes our engagement in this way. Turning to our diplomatic effort in Syria and Iraq, it is quite clear that without a broader political settlement in Syria and without inclusive government in Iraq, together with the greater capacity of Iraqi forces, the crisis will continue. And this has been mentioned by every member of the House over the course of this debate. Our approach recognizes this fully and recognizes that this has been raised very well by everyone. Without ongoing diplomatic effort, these sources of instability will remain and will re-emerge, even though the threat from ISIL may have been defeated. In Iraq, we will work with the Iraqi government to ensure that our support reflects our desire to respect and protect the territorial integrity of the country. Iraqi Prime Minister al-Abadi inherited a daunting set of challenges when he was appointed over a year ago. Since then, he's made notable progress on the political front. He has established a balanced government that is inclusive of major ethno-religious groupings. He has undertaken reforms in the security sector, improving collaboration and recruitment of Sunni tribal forces in the fight against ISIL. He has reached out to leaders of the Kurdistan Regional Government and taken steps to resolve long-standing tensions related to revenue sharing and oil exports. More recently, he has undertaken an ambitious reform agenda aiming to root out corruption and improve the delivery of basic services. Though progress has been made on the political front, significant challenges remain. Obviously, years of division and mutual distrust cannot be undone quickly. The Iraqi parliament remains heavily polarized, which has slowed the pace of reform and impeded the advancement of key legislation. Iraq's internal fragility is exacerbated by the conflict in neighboring Syria. Syria requires a lasting political solution as well, endorsed and supported with the full weight and intent of the international community. Otherwise, we cannot create the conditions for the Syrian people to withstand extremism. To that end, Canada will remain a steadfast partner for the United Nations and for the International Syria Support Group in our mutual ongoing effort to reach a solution. We urge all parties to undertake necessary steps to make it possible to return to the negotiating table, to save lives, and to advance peace. We will stick with Syria in this. The conflicts in Syria and Iraq continue to destabilize the very neighboring countries that are key to ensuring broader regional stability. Jordan and Lebanon are among the countries in the region most affected by the Syrian crisis. Along with Turkey, they have absorbed the burden of hosting millions of refugees, with thousands more arriving at their borders every day, seeking shelter from the horror. Mr. Speaker, this is the greatest human crisis since World War II. Lebanon and Jordan are struggling under the weight of a crushing burden. Lebanon currently hosts over 1 million refugees in Syria, and yet its population is barely more than 4 million. As such, Lebanon has the highest rate of refugees per capita in the world. This unprecedented flow of refugees threatens the stability of the Lebanese state and its institutions. Mr. Speaker, tensions in adjacent host communities are heightened as people experience the strain of severe competition for underfunded services and the stress of scarce employment opportunity. The Jordanian and Lebanese people need the support of the international community. These continuing pressures threaten to widen the sectarian fault lines in Lebanon, with consequences for the precarious political and social balance that holds this country together, barely. The influx of refugees also presents challenges to Jordan's ability to respond to the expectations of its own population. And this fuels the type of socioeconomic and political marginalization that can potentially drive individuals towards extremism. Countries such as Jordan and Lebanon need sustained support. Their ability to withstand pressure from the crisis in neighboring Syria is integral to the wider stability of the region. The recent outpouring of generosity by Canadians welcoming refugees throughout our country reflects Canadians' desire to act and to make a difference. In the same way that Canadian individuals, families, associations, and communities have become actively involved, this government is making a positive difference through our concerted regional engagement effort to strengthen economic, social, and political resilience in Jordan and Lebanon. We will encourage those political leaders to embrace compromise and work together to secure a stable future. Mr. Speaker, only realistic and lasting political solutions achieved through sustained diplomatic effort will help to resolve the challenges that Syria and Iraq face. Moderate, tolerant, local voices, supported by Canadian diplomatic effort, in concert with our international allies, can help to stabilize the region. A Canadian policy of diplomatic engagement utilizes our strengths and complements the wider coalition effort. Mr. Speaker, Canada is among the foremost humanitarian donors to this crisis. We are a leader among development donors in targeting assistance to build the resilience of the region. Canada has set an example by opening our doors and committing to welcoming 25,000 Syrian refugees. We have demonstrated that this can be done efficiently and without compromising our security or our values, and in the process, we have strengthened Canada's role in the world. The warmth and generosity of Canadians has not gone unnoticed by the Syrians, nor by our Turkish, Jordanian, and Lebanese partners in this operation. The broader international community has recognized Canada's compassion and contribution. In conclusion, our strategy recognizes the scope and complexity of the ongoing crisis. It recognizes the need to reinforce Iraq's capacity and to assist Jordan and Lebanon. It recognizes the role Canada has to play in this effort and increases our contribution to the coalition. Diplomacy is a fundamental part of our comprehensive plan for the fight against ISIL, and I'm very pleased to share that with you and members of the House. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her intervention. And as she knows, we support the parts of the mission that involve more humanitarian relief. It follows on what we started as the Conservative government in the last Parliament, and making sure that we are there to help those that are most in need. Displaced peoples, the refugees, providing education opportunities, shelter, clothing, food, and working with all the credible agencies in the region. Our concern with some of the comments that have come from the Minister of International Development has been around whether or not aid dollars may end up in the hands of some of the terrorists. As you know, Mr. Speaker, there is always a policy. I'm trying not to be discriminatory in how aid dollars flow. But I don't think there's a single Canadian that will accept any of their tax dollars being used for humanitarian relief that flows into agencies that direct them into the hands of ISIS terrorists, or Hezbollah, or Hamas, or we know of the Syrian Arab Red Crescent that has actually taken dollars and aid and generated revenues to put back into the Assad regime so that he can continue on his civilian war and bombing and poisoning and killing his own citizens. So I want to receive assurances from the government that that will not happen. And if they continue on the path of saying that they're not going to discriminate or try to dictate how Canadian dollars are spent on relief, I want them to rethink that and make sure that we are only providing humanitarian relief to the very most needy who are being displaced and persecuted by ISIS and the other terrorist groups in the region.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the assiduous attention the member paid to my comments. It's good. It's very good when members of the House come together in support of the fight against ISIL. Of course, I'm happy to extend my assurances with regard to aid money that flows. We've said this repeatedly, and we will pay strict attention to that, particularly because of the outpouring of support Canadians have shown and the confidence they have shown toward each and every one of us in the fight against ISIL.
The Honourable
Questions and comments?
Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We truly are seeking clarity on the government's proposal to help Canadians decide if this is the correct approach. So I have three questions for my colleague. First of all, stopping the flow of arms to ISIS is critical. You cannot fight a war without weapons. So why has the Liberal government not yet signed the UN Arms Trade Treaty? My second question, what criteria would the member use to gauge the success of Canada's mission? And number three, what is the government's exit strategy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much. Well, we're very pleased to be acceding to the UN Arms Trade Treaty. It's unfortunate that the previous government did not do that, but once we have conducted our due diligence, we will absolutely be joining the original signatories to that. The success of the Canadian mission will be gauged partly by our ability to work with the 65 countries that are in this coalition and make our contribution. And as I've said in my remarks, this is a long-term strategy. We are making a diplomatic effort that we see going far into the future because as the military effort has success, we are there on the ground rebuilding civil society and working in advance around the areas of conflict in order to assure that that takes hold. With regard to our exit strategy, I would think that we will be moving ultimately from our military effort toward attenuation even of the humanitarian effort because ultimately we have got stable, independent democracies operating in that area. That is a long-haul vision for our government, and we are approaching it by this integrated manner in which I described. Thank you.
For the prise du débat, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we're sharing my time with the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise on this debate, in part as former Minister of Defence, to thank the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces for their brilliant service to this country in her defence, in the defence of human dignity against a genocidal terrorist organization, which simply must be stopped. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this organization, the Daesh, ISIL, is not a conventional military entity. It's an organization that is trying to wipe out from the face of the earth all peoples, even the most ancient in the region, in the Middle East, who do not share their ideas and their cult of violence.
That seeks the complete destruction of all of those who do not share their distorted theology, their effort to create a caliphate, and to impose upon the entire region, and perhaps the entire world, in their distorted minds, a particularly violent iteration of 7th century Sharia law. Mr. Speaker, I think it's always important in this debate that we remind ourselves of the nature of this organization. And this is where I think the position of the Liberal government has gone wrong. Quite simply, if you listen carefully to many of the statements of the Right Honourable the Prime Minister, the Honourable the Minister of Defence, and other members of this Liberal government, you will hear I submit, radical misunderstanding of the nature of the threat that we face. We heard in this place the bizarre suggestion by the Minister of Defence that the millenarian death cult of Daesh, of ISIL, was somehow the creation of climate change. We recall the statement of the Right Honourable the Prime Minister following the Boston bombing, motivated by the same kind of ideology and hatred, suggesting that somewhere there must be people who feel excluded. We have heard from Liberal MPs the suggestion that Daesh is just another manifestation of a reaction to Western foreign policy, or in an equal distribution of wealth. Mr. Speaker, all of these motives, all of these attributed motives, indicate a radical misunderstanding of the nature of the threat that we face. Mr. Speaker, let us be clear. Daesh does not seek a conventional political outcome. They do not seek economic change in economic policy. They're not a reflection of climate, Mr. Speaker. What they are is a death cult that is motivated by dystopian theology that seeks to impose a caliphate and to eliminate, in the most brutal fashion imaginable, all of those who stand in their way. And, Mr. Speaker, this is why we, the civilized world, can have no quarter in not opposing, but in eliminating this threat. Because here's the challenge, Mr. Speaker. As long as Daesh is seen by potential recruits, by often young men who are attracted, seduced by its idea of a caliphate, as long as they are seen to be on the winning side of history, as long as they are actually seen to be the fulfillment of that Quranic prophecy, more and more will go to join Daesh. Now, this is why we must demonstrate, we the civilized world must demonstrate that it is on the losing side of history, that it is not the realization of the prophecy of a caliphate, but rather it is just a bunch of murderous thugs, and incompetent ones at that, Mr. Speaker. And it is in diminishing and eventually destroying this organization, and, in the long run, its affiliate organizations around the world, that we can demonstrate that we can stop the flow of new recruits, of new energy, resources, and prestige to that organization. And that, Mr. Speaker, is why the previous government, in consultation with all of our allies, including the sovereign Republic of Iraq, the United States, and all of our traditional allies, decided upon a multifaceted strategy to counter and ultimately destroy Daesh. C'est la raison pour laquelle.
That is why, I find it curious that the current government's suggestion that they invented the idea of an anti-ISIL strategy that is multi-pronged, including diplomacy and humanitarian assistance, but it was the previous Conservative government that was the fifth most significant investor in humanitarian assistance for the victims of ISIL and in Iraq and in the region. And we welcomed almost 25,000 Iraqi refugees. And I can say that the current government actually closed the door on Iraqi refugees with its current policy. It's the former government that forged the connections with all of our partners in Baghdad. I myself was there with the former Prime Minister to meet the Iraqi Prime Minister. We were there at Erbil on behalf of Iraq to meet with the Barzanis of the Kurdish region. That is the reason why we organized the summit of the most significant partners in the military campaign in the anti-ISIL coalition in Quebec last year. And I find it terrible that Canada was not included in the same kind of meetings this year. So that means, Mr. Speaker, that the previous Conservative government had a policy that touched on all of these areas for refugees and diplomacy and in assistance, and yes, militarily. It was a partnership that required that Canada contribute to the air campaign. And I'm very proud, we should all be very proud of the men and women in the Air Force who carried out more than 2,000 air missions since the beginning of this and carried out over 200 strikes.
Successfully hit over 200 ISIS targets, degrading that organization, eliminating equipment, reducing its personnel, and its power to inflict genocide on the innocent people of that region. Let us all express our gratitude to them, Mr. Speaker. But this government, let's just be clear about this, Mr. Speaker. They have invented endless and often contradictory and typically incoherent rationale for their policy of retreat from the combat mission element of this campaign. By the way, the Minister of Defense and the Prime Minister don't even seem to be able to answer the question as to whether or not the mission they propose in this motion constitutes a combat mission. Of course it does not, as clarified by the Chief of the Defense Staff, General Vance, yesterday. But, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear about this. The rationale is simple, crass, and political. When the previous Conservative government proposed to participate in the international air campaign against Daesh, the current Prime Minister, then leader of the third party, said infamously that the only reason for this was that the former Prime Minister wanted to, quote, whip out his CF-18s to show us how large they were. A juvenile, puerile, immature reflection on the most serious security question that this House has faced in a very long time, Mr. Speaker. And it was a political calculation in a competition with our pacifist friends in the NDP not to participate in that mission. And it was criticized by former Liberal leader Michael Ignatieff, by former Liberal leader Bob Rae, by former ministers like Ujjal Dosanjh and Jean Lapierre, and so many others who understood that the Liberal Party used to represent a spirit of responsible internationalism, that we never stood by idly when others were in the fight against evil, particularity of a genocidal nature. So the government suggests that an air campaign is not sufficient to defeat Daesh. Mr. Speaker, of course it's not. And nor is a ground campaign led by the Iraqis sufficient to defeat Daesh. But both are necessary. Both elements are necessary but not sufficient. And that is why we will oppose this motion, Mr. Speaker, to say that, yes, Canada should have a a strategy that operates at all levels, including at the level of combat, and it is not in keeping with the best values and traditions of this country to abandon the fight as this government is doing.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Talk extensively about their support of soldiers, of veterans, of wars, of fights. While pushing that agenda, the Conservatives attempted to destroy peacekeeping as a Canadian value. I suppose having peace isn't good for those who prefer war. But I think it is very important, Mr. Speaker, to check with the member, the former Minister of Defence, why, if his leadership in war has been so good, that his vision in war has been so clear, why it is that every one of the Afghanistan war veterans in this House, there are 4 here who served in that theatre under that Minister of Defence, chose to endorse his brilliant leadership by running against him as Liberals. Does he doubt the wisdom of those military personnel he claims to have listened to? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, I congratulate the member on his election, Mr. Speaker. I would actually point I was did not have the honour of being Minister of Defence during our mission in Afghanistan, a mission that was launched by the previous Liberal government and by under the premiership of the former Prime Minister Paul Martin. But I can certainly, if you want us to talk about military serving personnel, Mr. Speaker, when I visited our Royal Canadian Air Force personnel at our 2 bases in Kuwait, every single one of them, the pilots, the ground personnel, the junior and senior officers, all said that this was the mission of their lives. This is why they joined the Royal Canadian Air Force. This is why they donned the Canadian uniform, was precisely to fight against a genocidal organization like this on behalf of Canada. The member suggests that that this party prefers war. Does he really believe that, Mr. Speaker? Does he really believe that peacekeeping is the appropriate response to the genocidal terrorism of Daesh? Mr. Speaker, that speaks volumes about the mentality in today's Liberal Party. It doesn't share the values of Canada's historic defence of human dignity, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member across the way for his speech. And as I mentioned before in the House earlier today, I am the parent of 2 current Canadian Forces members. And as such, I understand the role that they've decided to play in protecting our country. I understand that Canada is playing a part in a coalition, and that's part of a team. We have something to bring to the table, and therefore we are. So my question to the honourable member is, why is he so convinced that he has to send my sons to war?
Honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the member on her election, and I thank through her sons for their service to this country. Of course, men and women who join the Royal Canadian Air Force and Army and the Royal Canadian Navy do so because they want to serve this country and they're prepared to serve when Canada's interests are at stake and when they are deployed. But, Mr. Speaker, I find, quite honestly, the member's question somewhat confusing because the motion and the policy of the government, of which she supports, reflected in the motion before the House, actually elevates the risk for our military personnel. Mr. Speaker, there is no contention, I believe, that the air campaign is an extraordinarily low-risk campaign. There's no aerial threat to the operations of the RCAF, and the government proposes to continue most aerial operations through the Polaris refuelers and the Aurora reconnaissance aircraft. Mr. Speaker, but the government proposes to increase the number of ground personnel who are situated close to the forward line of our own troops, which is clearly where there is an elevated degree of risk. So, Mr. Speaker, I would simply say that if the member is concerned about the level of risk in Canada's participation in the fight against ISIL, I can't understand why she's supporting this motion.
Exactly. Yeah. Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to be here today. Those of us who have been here for a while have almost seen this conflict roll out in several chapters. Some of us will remember the 2003, the beginning of the Iraq War, when the conflict began with the overthrow of Saddam Hussein and the conflict that took place in Iraq over that period of time following that. Ended up with almost a civil war in the country, and in 2006, I believe it was, that 2005-6, Nouri al-Maliki became Prime Minister of the country. And there was some hope when he was elected in the country that there would be some elements that would put peace in place and we could build some institutions there that would serve the Iraqi people very well. And unfortunately, he chose to be a leader who was more divisive than helpful. The Sunni minority was soon alienated there, and many of the problems that we are still facing today have come out of the activity of that government and the failure of that government to be able to welcome and to bring people together within Iraq. And it came at a time as well when the support that the government needed there, the strength that was being supplied by some of the military from outside Iraq was reduced as well. And so we saw those kinds of conflicts begin to reemerge in Iraq. We're all familiar as well with Syria and the fact that the Assad family has been in power there for many years. If you remember correctly, Mr. Speaker, I think we're all aware of the fact that that was considered one of the rogue governments. It was on a par basically with North Korea and some others who were seen as sponsors of terror, but also basically terrorist governments that were holding their own people hostage, threatening them, torturing them, and had one of the worst human rights records in the world. And of course, in 2011, when the Arab Spring unrest began in the Middle East, Syria was impacted by that as well. It took a little longer than some of the other countries, but certainly unrest spread there, and soon they began to respond, as they always did, with violent crackdown, and basically a civil war has emerged out of that. And so we find that area in conflict, the conflict that it is in today, and conflict that it has been in so much part of its past. Through all of this time, there were different organizations that were arising and kind of forming and reforming within the area. And in 1999 to 2003, we'd see the development of a number of organizations that ended up coming together and then forming what is now known as ISIS or ISIL. And certainly in 2013 and 2014, virtually everyone, I think, was surprised by the sudden emergence and the surge that this organization was able to show and the amount of territory that they were able to take over. And it was interesting, in July 2013, I believe the Syrian government had approximately 40% of the country's territory, 60% of their population, and 2 years later, that they shrunk it to an area of about 30,000 kilometers. So only 16% of the country was controlled by that government. That was an example in Syria, but certainly it was similar in Iraq of the area and the territory that the government lost because they were not able to provide security for their people. We're familiar with the situation that took place in Mosul, the massacres that took place there when ISIL moved through there, and then particularly in the Sinjar Mountains with the Yazidis who were living their lives. They had their own religion, their own culture, and ISIL swept through there, slaughtered as many of the men as they could find, took the women and girls hostage, and many of those young women and girls have been turned into sex slaves. They've been traded, sold, and bought and sold. I had the opportunity to be on the Foreign Affairs Committee last Parliament, and that was a topic of conversation. Several of our meetings was talking about the situation that particularly the Yazidis found themselves in, but many other minority groups in the area, of course, were obliterated by ISIL as it moved through the area. Through all of this, we have been partners in a coalition that has been trying to push back ISIL, and I think particularly recently has been very successful in that. If we see the area that ISIL had earlier on and the area that they have now, we see that they are being forced back, and it can't happen any too soon. We've been very effective. We've been a part of a coalition that started in 2014, kind of on the sidelines of a NATO meeting. 10 countries came together, put the coalition together. Canada was proud to be part of that. And our contribution has been large. It's been in a number of areas. It's covered most of the areas that we see mentioned in the Liberals' motion today, and I want to talk about that a little bit later if I have time. But we've been particularly successful in terms of how we've been able to use our fighter jets. And so our CF-18s have been a major part of the coalition. Canada's been a major contributor to it, and from the information that I've got, we've run almost 1,400, so 1,400 sorties. We've run 800 support flights, aircraft flights, over 250 airstrikes, and there's been over 400 ISIS targets destroyed. And one of the reasons this is critical is because ISIS depended so much on the oil revenue. They've depended on foreign currency and being able to buy and sell that oil, and certainly we've been one of those countries that has been effective in destroying those targets, being able to disrupt that supply line, and we've seen that recently. We heard my colleague talk yesterday or a couple of days ago in the House here about how those supply lines have finally been disrupted, and they've been disrupted to the point that the ISIL fighters are now fleeing to Libya and other places so that they can get away. They've lost their money, they've lost their source of revenue, they're not able to pay their fighters, and they're starting to have to break down. And it's unfortunate that just at the time when those things are taking place, that our government has decided that it's time to cut and run. This is not the right time, not the appropriate time to do that. I want to talk a little bit about their motion and where we've been at it, and I think that a lot of this, from those of us who've been here and understand the situation, a lot of this looks like window dressing, because most of what was going on and what they're suggesting we have been doing, and we've been doing effectively. But I think the one place that we would completely disagree with the government on, amongst others I guess, but the one that's been the focus is the change in the mission. And so when we read in the motion that they want to refocus, we don't see this as refocusing a military contribution. We see it as weakening a military contribution. We've talked here the last few days about the fact that we want to understand why the government would elevate risk. The last question that was asked in here was about that very factor, about the risk that our troops are being put under. Why would the government want to elevate risk? Well, there may be reasons why we need to elevate risk if we're going to be engaged in a situation like this. But why would we be reducing our combat capability at the same time? It doesn't make any sense. And so this government's moving ahead, putting people in place of risk. The questions that we've been asking in the House here, they don't seem to be able to answer them. They can't tell us how they're going to protect our troops that are there. So certainly we just completely disagree with the fact that this refocus is not a refocus. It's a weakening of our military capacity, putting our troops at risk. We talk about, or in the motion talks about improving the living conditions of conflicted affected populations. And certainly we've been a big part of that discussion over the last few years on the Foreign Affairs Committee. We talked a lot, particularly to refugee communities, asked them, what is it that you would like? What can we do to help? And it was actually interesting because in light of our discussion about refugees over the last few months, that virtually every witness who came to committee said, I would like to go back to my home village. If I had my choice, I would like to go back. I'd like to have peace. I'd like to go back to the life that I had before. So whether it was Yazidis or it was Assyrian Christians, whether it was Kurds, they're saying what we would like is for this to be settled so that we can actually go back and live our lives as we did before. We needed to build strong institutions. We continue to have that need in that area, and obviously that's been one of the reasons why when the Arab Spring issues broke out, a lot of people had great hope for what would happen in that area, but the institutions that needed to be put in place at that time weren't strong enough to be able to handle the opportunity that they had. We talk about investing significantly in humanitarian assistance here. We have done that. We've done that in the past. We've been proud of the commitment that we've made. But again, you know what? There's a challenge. In order to deliver that humanitarian assistance, you need to have a secure situation. And we heard time and time again about the challenge to deliver, for example, food aid securely. That food aid was being hijacked, or particularly in Syria, that the government would take over the food aid, and there was no idea of knowing where it was going to get to. So without a strong military presence, without that strong military capacity, you can't even guarantee that humanitarian aid gets to where it needs to go. And so it's all fine and well as the government talks about these things, but we need to understand that they are not going to have the capacity to be able to deliver on the kinds of things that they're talking about. And certainly, we heard, we're down to a minute already, Mr. Speaker, but we've heard from the other side that there's all kinds of reasons why this has happened. Climate change was mentioned. The defense minister has talked about how this is a criminal organization. This is all about criminal activity. The reality is, in order to deal with this death cult, as my colleague called it, we need to have a strong military capacity, a strong military response. We need to be part of a coalition that can do that. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid we're just not doing our job. We're not pulling our weight. We have been in the past. We need to do that again. This government needs to reconsider the direction that it's going.
Here, here. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burnaby South.
With great interest to my colleague's speech, and of course enjoyed working with him on many committees here in Ottawa. We heard a rather extraordinary statement from the Parliamentary Secretary for Veteran Affairs just a few minutes ago that she thought the whole purpose of the Liberal mission was to eradicate, and I used the word exterminate, ISIS. She didn't disagree. So it's at least eradicate seems to be the end goal of the Liberal mission. I was just wondering if the honourable Conservative member, if his party agrees that that's the end of this mission, that's the objective of this mission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, I think obviously what we need to do is we need to get rid of ISIS. We need to get it out of the place. So when I talked a little bit earlier, this ideology is not going away easily, Mr. Speaker, but when I talked earlier about having the witnesses at committee who talked about their status and the fact that they wanted to get back to their communities. That's what everyone basically in these war-torn areas would like to see, is that they have peace and quiet and they can go back to their lives, they can raise their children, they can put their families back together, and certainly we're not going to be able to do that as long as this ideology is being permeated in the area. And one of the reasons that, or one of the ways that we can deal with that is with a strong military capacity. This government is weakening that, and they're not going to be able to deliver the kinds of things they're talking about, like institutional strength, humanitarian aid, without a strong military capacity.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. And I heard, and we continue to hear a number of phrases that are used by the members opposite, such as weakening our military contribution and cutting and running. And I fear that this seriously diminishes Canada's contribution to this and the strong contribution that we're continuing to have by suggesting that removing our jets means that we're no longer providing a constructive contribution to this is seriously concerning. And I'm wondering if the member opposite can explain his comments, and if in fact it is the case that he feels as though our contribution now and those that are contributing is not worth anything.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, it's actually very interesting to see the difference in the reaction of this government over the last few months to other governments around the world and governments that we would consider to be allies. For example, France, after the November 13th Paris attacks, they've expanded their airstrikes. Right? They thought it was important to expand airstrikes. The United States has expanded airstrikes against ISIS following attacks in Paris, Beirut, Mali, San Bernardino, and they're committed to investing more in the approaches that are working on the ground as well. United Kingdom recently approved a motion to, Mr. Speaker, expand airstrikes. So while our partners understand the need for these, our government has completely failed to understand that. They're pulling back instead of participating, moving ahead.
Questions et commentaires. The questions and comments for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to reflect back on comments from across the House this morning from the Parliamentary Secretary that they've admitted that there's going to be increasing risk of the troops on the ground, and simply a number of increasing that number is going to multiply that effect. But he also seemed to show no regard for what that risk might lead to, or the number of casualties that it might cause. There seemed to be no regard or no concern for that, as if it was not a concern for them. I just want to ask the member on this side if they would have a different concern for that increased risk, and what his thoughts would be on that.
Honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's increased risk at least two places. One is the increased risk on our troops, and my colleague yesterday asked the minister that very question. Are you prepared to take full responsibility for removing that protection that our troops need? The other place that the increased risk shows up is on our own territory, in our own country. And so, ISIS has been clearly called for attacks against Canada. They want to be able to operate here. Thankfully, to this point, we've been able to hold them back, and we expect that will continue. But I guess the question for the government, if it doesn't believe that threats like these, require some sort of military participation, a strong military response, when would they fight?
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as you know, it's always a pleasure and a privilege to be able to stand in the House to address many of the issues that come before us. And let there be no doubt that this particular issue, when you put our men and women in harm's way through the Canadian Forces, that it is something in which we should all take very, very seriously, and where possible try to contribute to the discussions. And I've listened at great length to members on all sides of the House contribute to the debate, and in many ways we'll have to agree to disagree. I like to think in terms of just some of the strength on the government side. You know, I served in the Canadian Forces. It was a great privilege of just over 3 years, which is rather small in numbers of years when you compare them to a number of my caucus colleagues. Whether it's generals, leaders of regiments, whether it's performing in Afghanistan, performing all around the world. We have Liberal caucus members that have been engaged. We have, as indicated earlier, mothers of young adults that are engaged today, Mr. Speaker. There is a great deal of interest in the issue of when we call upon our men and women to go abroad, or even the work that they do within here in Canada. And we cannot express enough our gratitude and our appreciation in the sacrifices that they make and their family members and so forth. I want to make specific comments on a number of issues. Some of the issues I think that the Conservative Party needs to listen to. They seem to be of the impression for Canada to be engaged, you have to have the F-18s. If the F-18s are not engaged, that Canada's Canadian forces are not engaged. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of our CF-18s and the many that have flown them over the years. In fact, when I served, it was in Edmonton, in Lancaster Park. We had the longest runway at the time, 14,000 feet. I was an air traffic control assistant, which means I watched CF-18 after CF-18 touch down and take off. I also was afforded the opportunity to meet with numerous pilots. We have some of the best trained pilots, no doubt, in the world, Mr. Speaker. But along with that, we have technicians and engineers. We have many different personnels and occupations within our Canadian forces. We should be proud of each and every one of them and the contributions that they bring to play when it comes time for Canada to get engaged. Here's the difference between the Government of Canada and the Conservative Party and the New Democrats. The Conservative Party, on the one hand, says there's no such thing as getting the Canadian forces engaged unless the F-18s are there. And the New Democrats seem to be of the opinion that Canada has no role to play when it comes to fighting terrorism, or at the very least, in fighting ISIL. That's what's becoming very clear and apparent in the debate. Mr. Speaker, we disagree. And it's just not Liberals inside the chamber that disagree. We just went through an election, and there was a very clear indication from our Prime Minister that if, in fact, we form government, that the CF-18s will not be a part of the Canadian Forces' contribution to fighting ISIL in that area, Mr. Speaker. It was very clear that we were going to support combating terrorism in a different way, in a more appropriate way based on what our coalition partners are saying and possibly asking of us to do. Mr. Speaker, now, I've had members of the Conservative caucus stand and say, well, you didn't get 50% of the vote plus one. Well, yeah, we didn't get 50% of the vote plus one, but on this particular issue, you will find that you have the Liberal Party, the NDP, and the Green, which far exceed more than 50% of Canada's population, that believe that the F-18 should not be engaged any longer in regards to what's happening in the Middle East, Mr. Speaker. So it was a very clear platform issue. And I listened to the Conservative after Conservative say we have to have the F-18s. What they're asking for us to do is to break an election platform. Time and time they stand up and they say, well, what about your election promises? I'll remind each and every one of them that was an election promise. And it was a good, sound election promise. I was here for those debates, and I participated in the debates when the government brought in the CF-18 or the approach in combating ISIL, Mr. Speaker. And when they did that, even prior to the debate, and Hansard no doubt will show it, Mr. Speaker, I made reference to the Kurdistan community that I met in Winnipeg. And it was really interesting in terms of their take on it. And we know, Mr. Speaker, the bombs play a critical role, yes. But it's not going to be the bombs that determine, finally, and bring the issue to rest, Mr. Speaker. It's going to be the infrastructure, both social and capital infrastructure, the buildings and so forth, Mr. Speaker. And the individuals that I had met with reaffirm what many are being told, not only here in Canada, but all over the place. And that is that we have to look at other ways in which Canada can contribute. And is providing the F-18s the most effective way for Canada to participate? There is a huge expectation that Canada demonstrate leadership in combating terrorism, and Canada will do that. A Liberal government will ensure that that takes place, Mr. Speaker. Take a look at what it is that the Liberal government is actually doing. And it is significantly different in terms of what the previous Conservative Party did, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we're saying it's time that we pull the F-18s out, and that doesn't mean the bombings will end. There are coalition partners, Mr. Speaker, many of which are very content with Canada's new role in combating terrorism, Mr. Speaker. So what is Canada actually doing? We are actually tripling the size of our training force in northern Iraq. That is a significant increase, Mr. Speaker. We will be increasing our intelligence gathering resources. And intelligence is absolutely critical when you're combating terrorism, Mr. Speaker, especially in that region of the world. Actually, all over the world it is. But we're increasing that. We'll be increasing our diplomatic role in helping to find a political solution to the crisis in Syria by supporting the UN-sponsored peace process and assisting the efforts of the Iraqi government to foster reconciliation. More specifically, Mr. Speaker, we will expand our capacity-building efforts with Jordan and Lebanon to help stop the spread of violent extremism. Our humanitarian assistance is going to be increasing by hundreds of millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, with a special focus on those that are vulnerable, including our children, survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. And we're going to be looking for international partners to build local capacity to provide basic social services, maintain and rehabilitate public infrastructure, foster inclusive growth and employment, and advance inclusive and accountability in governance. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the former Minister of Defense of the Conservative government, and he talked about ISIL. And he talked about it, and I wouldn't question many of the comments that he said about it, but who is he trying to kid? I don't think there's anyone inside the chamber that supports ISIL. We all want to see the demise of ISIL. When my colleague said that she was in favor, the Parliamentary Secretary of Veterans Affairs said that she's in favor of eradication of ISIL, I think all Canadians would like to see it eradicated, Mr. Speaker. We're familiar in terms of their horrific, barbaric actions that they take. No one here supports it, Mr. Speaker. But we have to acknowledge that sometimes there's a better way of being, I would suggest to you, more effective at using our Canadian forces in different ways. We have a lot to offer. You know, the parliamentary secretary also made reference to Ukraine as an example. We have members of our forces and others that are participating in Ukraine today. And I'm very appreciative of that. As we know, the president of Ukraine was also wanting to see Canada be involved. And this government has responded to that need also, Mr. Speaker, using the Canadian forces. I often hear about the issue of peacekeeping. Canada at one time had a very strong reputation in peacekeeping throughout the world. That has been greatly diminished because of the Conservative government. But a Liberal government under this leadership, Mr. Speaker, is committed at restoring Canada's leadership role on peacekeeping also. Let's not just sell our Canadian forces short by saying, well, if it's not the F-18s, we're not contributing. Because I can tell you, members of the Canadian forces cannot be fooled. We operate, or the forces operate as a team. It's not just one branch here and another branch there and so forth, Mr. Speaker. There's a great sense. I never participated, even though I was there for 3 years, only 3 years in the regular force, Mr. Speaker. I never participated overseas, but I had the opportunity when I was in the forces to support that. Mr. Speaker, we are a team. And all members of the Canadian forces, and even you could extend that to members of their families, all participate in ensuring that we have the most effective forces in the areas in which we engage in, Mr. Speaker. And that's really what's important here. So that when we talk about tripling the contributions of assisting other forces in terms of becoming better at what they do, we actually have the expertise, we have the numbers, and we have the support services to make sure that that happens. Other coalition partners maybe do not have the same qualifications or the qualities that we could provide or bring to the table. So why wouldn't we do that, Mr. Speaker? At the end of the day, I believe that the bombing is important and it will continue, but it's not necessarily the role that Canada needs to play. That what we have done is we have enhanced significantly, Mr. Speaker, not only in terms of just people resources, but also financial resources and equipment resources, departmental resources, in order to be able to contribute to making our world a safer environment. And that's why individuals within the Liberal caucus recognize that when we talk about world peace, that we just can't stand by and do nothing. And that's the attitude that many New Democrats have, Mr. Speaker. They don't think outside of Canada's borders. At the end of the day, we believe that Canada does have that role to play that goes beyond the borders. That if you're going to fight terrorism, you don't wait for it to occur here in Canada. There's other things that you can do that will make a difference, Mr. Speaker, that will ultimately make our backyards safer. But that's not the only motivation, Mr. Speaker. You will find that Canadians as a whole have very strong values of compassion and caring. And that's one of the reasons why we are increasing dramatically the amount of humanitarian care to the region. Not only are we sending resources into the region dealing with that issue, we are also taking in a significant number of refugees, Mr. Speaker. And we are fast-tracking it. Now, some would say that we're fast-tracking it a little bit too much. Others might say we're not doing it fast enough. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we are going to maintain, at the very least, the numbers that we committed to in the last federal election, Mr. Speaker. We said 25,000, and I can tell the House through what we've heard from the Minister of Immigration and Citizenship to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and other ministries and members, many members of the Liberal caucus have talked about just how many refugees that we have coming to Canada. And we do it, Mr. Speaker, because it is the right thing to do. That is something in which Canada has, over the 100 and some years, Mr. Speaker, getting very close to our 150th anniversary, formally as a nation, and I expect there'll be a lot of wonderful events for it. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, this is something that when we talk about Canadian heritage and values, we have members inside this House that came to Canada as refugees. Most individuals come at one point or another through generations as immigration, Mr. Speaker. We are a very diverse country. We are a country that understands and appreciates the role that we as a relatively young country, but a country that carries a great deal of influence based on our population, Mr. Speaker. We do exceptionally well in terms of being able to contribute to what's happening in societies around the world. And I think that we should, as much as possible, encourage our government to continue to demonstrate leadership on the issue. I was very proud of what took place yesterday in terms of the debate in foreign affairs and what it is that the Minister of Foreign Affairs talked about, Mr. Speaker. Reaching out, education. There's so much more that we could be doing as a country, Mr. Speaker. I like to think, when we look at it at the end of the day, that this is a motion that people should get behind. Mr. Speaker, we want to indicate to members, and it's within the motion, where it says that the issue that we're debating today will in fact come back to the House. It will come back 2 years from now with a new motion on Canada's contribution to the region and where it is that we might want to go at that point. One of the things that I have noticed, Mr. Speaker, in the name of transparency and accountability, is that members, whether they are of the Liberal caucus or other caucuses, should feel free to be able to communicate what they believe should be taking place, Mr. Speaker, not only formally on the record inside the House, but also taking the time and talking, whether it's in the standing committees, whether it's in informal discussions after question period with other ministers. We want very much to build a consensus on this issue. I believe at the end of the day that everyone agrees that ISIL is a problem in the world today. I believe that most recognize that Canada does have a role to play. And if there are ideas that are out there, that we should encourage it. We should look to what's taking place with our global partners on the coalition, Mr. Speaker, and work with them. I am confident that the coalition is going to be there going forward, making sure that the nations of goodwill that want to be engaged will in fact be able to participate in a way in which it's most effective. And that's the way, Mr. Speaker, I would like to conclude my remarks, is because it's the way I almost started it off with, and that is just recognizing the fact that our men and women of the Canadian Forces have done a phenomenal service to our country throughout the years, and they will continue to do so in whatever is asked of them to do by the House, Mr. Speaker. And let's not just limit the applause and just give the thank yous to one small faction. I believe that every one of our forces have actually contributed to combating terrorism. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, whatever it is that we ask of them to do, that they will do it in an honorable fashion and it will represent our country well in doing so, keeping all of us safe in our homes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening, and it happened that I'm from the region. I'm from Lebanon. I do really understand, and within great depth, the conflict in the Middle East and the threat that ISIS is making on the whole region and the whole world. And I'm really amazed to be concerned and how short-sighted this government on the approach they're taking to fight ISIS and to find solution to be part of the world community and fighting such an evil called ISIS. The problem is that, with all due respect to the members opposite insight, which is very, very light insight, has no depth whatsoever of the historical background in the region and how much that is going to be affecting the whole world and how can be tackled and how can be fought. Instead of trying to pull the CF-18s, which is usually the most effective tools that we have, we're pulling the most effective tools from the ground and trying to throw our troops on the ground for training, so-called training. It's going to take more than training. It's going to take battling, fighting. You need to have the power, you need to have the force in order to be able to fight and win this battle. Election promises do not win a battle. Election promises do not eliminate ISIS and their threat to the world. So this is a great reminder. I would really appreciate if this government would stop being on election promises and then election mode and move to the real work and work with others to make sure we can fight and we can win this battle with the rest of our allies across the globe.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Speaker, I wish upon the member that he have more confidence in the abilities of the global coalition that's there today to fight ISIL. And if he did, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure it would address many of the concerns that he just finished expressing. But I want to pick up on the point where he indicated that he is of Lebanese heritage. If the member was to read the text of the motion, and you go to B, it states, improving the living conditions of conflicted, affected populations and helping to build the foundations for long-term regional stability of host communities, including Lebanon and Jordan. You see, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party's or the Government of Canada's approach is far more holistic than the Conservatives' approach. When I debated their motions sending our men and women into combat, Mr. Speaker, I don't recall any sort of consideration of that nature being incorporated into their motions. What we need today is a holistic approach when it comes to issues of this nature.
Seeing that it's 2:30, the next time that this motion will be debated, the honourable member will have 6 minutes and 50 seconds remaining for questions. It being 2:30, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.